Can you hear me, Casey? Wave at me. All right, good deal. You ready? All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Good afternoon and welcome to the City of Lamarque City Council Special Workshop of January the 24th, 2022. Thank you for being patient with us. Many of us have had to travel through the weather today, and so we've just now assembled, and so we're ready to do the people's business. A notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a special workshop on January the 24th, 2022, beginning at 3 p.m. in the council chambers at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom in accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code. A quorum of the Lamarque City Council and Mayor intend to be at and will physically be present at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember District A, looks like she is not present at this time. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
Can you state your address?
Yes, 1111 Bayou Road.
And Mayor.
Marque.
I am present also. Councilwoman Yancey is out of town on family business. She is scheduled to attend. So Kara and Kyle, when she attends or when she joins us, would you please let the record reflect and allow us to be aware of that when it happens? Item 3, invocation and pledge. I will ask Mayor Pro Tem to lead us in the pledge and I'll lead us in the invocation. Let's pray. Most holy God, we acknowledge your presence in this place and we thank you for all of your creation. And certainly we thank you for this city that we call home, for every citizen, for those appointed officials, and yes, Lord, even for those of us who have been elected to elective office. Lord, we pray that you bless us as we deliberate your business, as we do what's best for your people. Give us wisdom, understanding, compassion, and grace, kindness and generosity, that we might do, Lord, those things that you have laid out for us on tonight. Bless us, each and every one. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we are at item 4, citizens' participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who has signed up may speak to council on a specific agenda item limited to 3 minutes. Should give the mayor your name and the item you wish to speak about. In compliance with, the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you are joining us via phone, you may press *6 to mute or unmute your phone if you wish to speak. Now, if you're joining us via Zoom on smartphone, tablet, or your computer, to mute or unmute, you may use the microphone icon in the lower portion of your screen. If you're attending in person, you may step to the podium, state your name, your address, an item you wish to speak about, and you will be heard. Are there any persons, Kyle, on Zoom wishing to speak at this time?
Nobody's unmuted to say anything.
Very good. Any persons on Zoom wishing to speak at this time? You may unmute yourself now. Hearing none, we'll move to the audience that we have with us physically. Are there any persons in the room today that wish to speak? Yes, ma'am. You may approach. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please give us your name, your address, and the item you wish to speak about.
Okay, first of all, I didn't realize I had to sign up, so I'm not.
It's okay.
I apologize.
That's okay.
My name is Julie Lowen. My address is 2805 Cedar Drive in Lamarque. And I would like to speak about our homeless situation and the weather. And I had received a text from my friend Rebecca the other day. I don't know if this is true, but it said that somehow the city of Lamarque residents had been overcharged on their water bill by approximately $10 per person. And that would equal approximately $70,000. And my proposal was to donate my $10. And I'm hoping that others would do the same to help provide temporary shelter in the form of a venue or a motel for our homeless brothers and sisters in the community. My son had been at Walgreens several days ago, and there were a couple people there. He actually gave each one of them some money, and he said, "Is there anything that I can pray for you about?" And they said, "Please pray that we find a place to sleep tonight." And so I am proposing that we have some kind of a fund set aside. We don't have a lot of homeless, we just have a few, and we only have a few days of the year when it's actually that cold that people cannot be outside. But when it is, it would be wonderful if we had something for them. I did speak with the police department. They said on an individual basis, if someone calls, they'll try to help them, but they could not ensure that they could be helped. I also spoke with our Texas City Salvation Army, to which they said that they're providing rental assistance and utility assistance, and also helping with the Boys and Girls Club, but they do not shelter for anyone. And then my husband and I could have provided a motel for those men, but we did not know where they were at after that. We called Walgreens and they were not there. But I'm sure that there are other people in the community that would be willing to donate that money, that $10 from the water, to help those who are less fortunate than themselves. My other thought was it could actually help maybe with police and community relations, because maybe the police could pass out vouchers when it was very cold to homeless people for motels, or maybe we could have some kind of venue like that. I don't know how to say it. Is it the Yaris?
Yaris.
That event venue down there. Maybe we could use some of the money to get cots, blankets, pillows, and maybe an officer to stay there. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. No, you're fine. You're fine. Ms. Julie, let me say thank you. Thank you for your concern for our community, for your concern for those members of our community that are going through tough times, right? We do understand that many of us are subject to those types of conditions, and many of us are certainly one job away or one paycheck away from being homeless. And it takes a lot of courage and compassion for you to stand for them today, and I applaud you for that. Certainly. Let me do this because we want to make sure that we're getting the correct information out.
Yes.
So I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney, put him on the spot so that he can clarify what happened with the water, with the $10 credit. Again, everything you said was fairly accurate, but we have to make sure that we're technically accurate here.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. No, it's not your fault. It's our obligation to do that.
Okay.
And then we're going to allow him to share with you how anything like that would be legally possible for us in our city. And so he's going to give us a little direction, point of information.
Okay.
Sure. So thank you, Mayor. So the water issue, that was a result of the city's annual audit. Every year, the city of Lamarque is audited, all financial transactions. That's been the case for years. This past year, the auditors flagged what was an issue. That the way the city of Lamarque was charging for water usage was not the interpretation of the ordinance that the auditor that some others in the industry would go with. Taken forward, that led not necessarily to an overcharge, but in a difference in interpretation. That difference in interpretation led to the auditors calculated that even if the most a citizen would have the delta, the most that a citizen would have paid extra would have been $10. The city council chose, when it chose to adopt the different interpretation of the water rate, to go back. And since the most a citizen would have paid would have been $10 extra, to do a $10 credit is what this council chose to do. As far as a citizen choosing to donate their money, that credit to the homeless, I'm sure that's in the prerogative of each citizen. I can't speak to, but I'm sure there are a number of local charities in the area that could assist with that, charities and faith organizations. So.
Okay. So, Ms. Julie, let's do this. If you would schedule an appointment with me, if you would get with Miss Nance, she has my number, and we can schedule an appointment to meet, to talk, to see if there's any way we can kind of help move forward what you're trying to do, because that's definitely something that we need in our community. Neighbors caring for neighbors. Also, before you go, I will allow it. Mayor Pro Tem is a member of the Red Cross. And so he probably has some resources or things that he might want to share.
Okay.
And this is by way of information.
Absolutely.
There is a network in our community already,
Okay.
and it's working right now. Most often it works with our police department, Texas City, Galveston, Lamarck, where if they identify a person in need of emergency housing or a crisis situation,
Right.
they reach out to most often to myself. I'll get a call, or there are other organizations, Catholic Charities, I'm on the board for that, the Salvation Army, but then we respond. So during the winter freeze, winter storm Uri, I believe, that was put into effect. We established, working with school districts, the city, warming centers in Galveston, and here in this district, the Texas City, and in other parts. So I want you to know that there is, and Kira is free to share my number with you.
Okay.
Anytime. I'm available 24/7
Yes, sir.
when these situations come up as well too. We'll find, if there's a need, we'll find. Well, this
Absolutely.
community is very generous in that regard. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest. It's so great to hear about.
Thank you.
Great job,
I
Ms. Julie.
appreciate it.
Great
Thank you so
job, great
much.
job. Great job, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank y'all. Any other persons wishing to speak? Hearing and seeing none, we'll move now to item 5, old business, 5A, discussion relating to allocating funds received from the American Rescue Plan Act. Is there someone on the line from Grant Works?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Jessica Hissam. I am a project manager with GrantWorks. I've been assigned to the city of Lamarque for you guys' ARP funding. It's really nice to meet y'all. I don't know if y'all have it. Hi, that's me. So I'm here, as well as my director, Fred Morris, is also on the line. Thank you guys for having us. We're really excited to hear the conversation, to see what you guys are looking to do.
Very good. Will you be leading the discussion, or will Mr. Morris be leading the discussion?
We were invited by Miss Susie. We are happy to chat with you guys about it. We don't have any listed agenda discussion or presentation, but we are here to help in any way.
So Jessica, do us a favor then. Read our entire council and community into where we are so far with this process. If you can start there, then we'll start the conversation.
Sure. Yeah, no problem. So GrantWorks was awarded a bid to help you guys with the administration of the American Rescue Plan allocation that you guys received. So thank you guys once again for choosing us. We are at the beginning of our process, and Susie and I have been communicating a bit on what you guys are needing. I know that we haven't had really too many conversations yet about the projects that have been identified, but thankfully the American Rescue Plan is a pretty comprehensive allocation from the federal government. So there's a lot of different things that can be done. But we are really at the very beginning. So we are looking to see what the community is going to explore project-wise, be it infrastructure, be it aid to businesses, premium pay, whatever you guys might need. So we're really at ground zero. And Fred, of course, feel free to jump in at any time.
Jessica, again, what is your specific role? When you say we have awarded you the bid to administer the grant, for those of us in our community that don't know what that means, break that down for us in layman's terms. How do you administer the grant?
Sure. So we are project managers. So we are here as consultants to help you guys along the way to make sure that any projects you guys are looking to invest in and go forward in meets requirements and are eligible for the rules that come along with the Federal American Rescue Plan Act. So we're here to help you guys in pretty much any way, to answer any questions, to do any research, and walk with you guys through the whole process.
Very good, very good. Now we're going to open it up to council for first thoughts, and then we'll add Susie into the discussion after. Mayor Pro Tem asked for this to be on a workshop format, and so we'll turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll go through the rest of the council.
Thank you, Mayor. What are the, once again, I forget, Jessica, is it Jessica? Jessica with
Yes, sir.
grant work.
Yes, sir.
You're in your statement, you mentioned something that is part of, and Kyle, I'm going to have to ask for your assistance on something with this laptop. I put in this memory stick here, and how do I access the information on it? Okay. In your opening comments there, Jessica, you mentioned that community input is important. In fact, that is part of the guidance issued by the Treasury Department with regard to these American Rescue Fund dollars. Perfect. Thank you. And okay. Oh, stupid me. All right. Yeah. All right. Thank you. And in fact, I think that's where we're at, Mayor. I wanted to begin the discussion, is make our community aware of the fact that we need their input. Now, having said that, there are, and Jessica, you could chime in at any time, you and your staff or your colleagues there, that there are certain areas of funding that cannot be utilized. There's certain areas that cannot be utilized. These funds cannot be utilized for. Is that accurate?
Yes, that is correct.
And if you have that information in front of you, would you mind refreshing all of us as to those areas that the funds cannot be utilized for?
Yeah, absolutely. I am going to be referencing the final rule just came out for this funding. And so I'm going to be referencing the overview that they released on January 10th. So there are a couple main restrictions on use. The first, and excuse me, I have a train that runs in front of my house. So if you hear a train noise, I may mute myself for a moment. So the first one is restrictions on use. That's probably very loud. Give me one second. Okay, don't need you guys to listen to it very loud. Train noises. Anyway, so the first one that is mentioned, a restriction on use, is offset of a reduction in tax, net tax revenue. So you can't use the funding to directly or indirectly offset a reduction in tax revenue resulting from a change in law, regulation, administration, interpretation, beginning on March 3rd of 2021. The second big one is deposit into pension funds. The third one is no debt services or replenishing financial services because the funds are intended to be used prospectively. No satisfaction of settlements and judgments. So any settlements pursuant to agreements, consent decrees, or judicially confirmed debt restructuring, that is restricted. And additional general restrictions is really kind of a large window. It's really just says that they cannot be used for conflicts that contravene the purpose of the American Rescue Plan Act. So we really are focusing on things that COVID has impacted on the communities, which is very broad. So thankfully there are less restrictions than there are allowable expenses, but those are the really big main restrictions.
And am I accurate in saying that there's a time period associated with the use of these dollars?
You are accurate, sir. Fred, correct me if I'm wrong. All funds have to be expended by the end of 2024, I believe.
2026.
2026.
Projects have to be completed and all funds allocated by 12/31, 26.
And as I understand, we have already received half of our allocation. And there is at this point no guidance as to when the second allocation will be made available. Is that accurate? Or is
I think that I read, and do not quote me on this quite yet, but I believe that the second tranche of funding is supposed to be coming sometime in May of this year. Does that sound right, Fred?
That's correct. Yes, it should be arriving direct deposit in May.
Okay, so May of this year, the second.
Yes, sir.
May of this year. Yes, that's correct.
And once again, I did it. Perhaps you were on it as well. I was on the Treasury Department's webinar with regard to the use of the dollars in the American Rescue Fund, the final rules.
Yeah.
But there are the city, and we had a person talk about homeless, Mr. Mayor, and the city can develop programming that can be, if we so decide, by the way, if we so decide, to work with some private nonprofit 501c3 in some manner. That's permitted. Correct, Jennifer?
Yes, that's correct.
No, Jessica, I'm sorry, Jessica.
It's okay, no problem.
And the other areas is that, as I understand from the presentation, there may be the opportunity because of COVID to allocate some portion, it cannot be all of it, but some portion of our costs associated with additional police or staff time or fire that's in some way associated. So for example, we've seen an increase in our number of calls because of people that have been impacted by COVID through our emergency services. And so in our budget, we had allocated, as I recall, approximately $350,000 to go ahead and repair 2 additional ambulances. As I recall, the terminology was to put a new box.
Reverberate, yeah.
It was 280.
Or per
It was like 280 per box, so
box. Well, it came out to about 300-something thousand, as I recall. Maybe it was 400.
it's a little over that.
A little over that. So that particular expenditure is something that, in my opinion, and once again with input from Jessica and Susie, would be entirely appropriate under as a use of American Rescue Fund dollars to.
Yes.
Okay,
I was thinking about the total price, Mayor Pro Tem, but yes, I see what you're.
So because of the additional impact, right?
Yeah.
And once again, working with everybody, this is a collaborative effort, is to identify whatever portion of staff time, and maybe it's additional staff that would be necessary for this period of time, to associated with those additional ambulances that we would have. Does that make sense? Because I'm assuming that we'd have to have more staff if we're going to have two new ambulances.
Well, the 2 ambulances are in line to, I think, is that the chief or?
Yeah, that's chief.
Chief Merriman?
Yes, sir.
Can you speak to Mayor Pro Tem's question about the 2 ambulances that are being refurbished, if you will? What are the plans for those? Will that add more ambulances to our fleet, our frontline fleet, or would that replace those that are on the front line now?
So it will move the 2 that are frontline now into reserve status and put those 2 up frontline. We will still currently only have 4 ambulances with 2 in service and then 2 reserves.
Okay.
What it will do is give us the ability to put a third one in service should needed.
Should we need it? Okay, okay.
Okay, so that clarifies that we're not going to be increasing staff needs with regard to emergency services.
Right.
But we're protecting ourselves by having backup available in terms of the emergency needs of our residents. Okay, and so to that extent, though, I still come back to these are kind of, it's my belief and my understanding, they're generated from the increased number of calls that we've had because of COVID as well too. So there's a connection there. There's a nexus there. The other thing that that is something that I personally am excited about if all of us as counselors and the mayor can come to some agreement on, is that these dollars can be utilized, Kyle, to establish our broadband service in our city. We have youth, we have young people going to college that don't have access to internet services. And our goal is, of course, to keep people constantly utilizing in Italian their testa, their brains to grow and so to the extent that we can utilize these dollars and come up with, let's call it at the very least, a minimum plan, a broadband hot zones, right, Kyle?
Right.
Broadband hot zones, and you might speak to that, Kyle, what that means. But say like around our parks, for example, or around here at City Hall. I know we have residents right now who come to and park in the library parking lot, and their kids are doing schoolwork out there. So the extent that we can develop and expand accessibility of broadband, these are dollars that can be utilized for that as well too. And you might talk very briefly, if I could propose upon you, that concept of hotspots.
Yes, we have some free hotspots around the city now. We do have one out at Highland Bayou Park, along with most of our city facilities and the library. I did attend a webinar that spoke of this as well, and I am looking into it. We are also looking into a program with our public library where they can basically check out a hotspot so that they could take it home for a few days or a week and allow them to have internet. I know the librarian has been looking into that, and we're looking at partnering with some of the cell phone providers that offer that service.
Oh, that's innovative. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. That's innovation. I think it's
Right.
something that we're looking for. But certainly these dollars can be utilized to support that particular effort.
Yes.
And Mayor, the other area which is of immense interest is these American Rescue Fund dollars can be utilized to support our water, wastewater, and our stormwater infrastructure projects. Now, what does that mean? Well, for me, Lamarque, I call Lamarque, and I've known this, but I can say this now as part of this council officially, we're a hybrid city, hybrid in the sense of the city itself, when it first started developing its infrastructure back in the 50s and the 60s. In the old days, when my dad was building houses and my uncles, it's interesting I can talk about this because my uncles and my dad built the home. My other uncle built the street. And then my uncle also did the paving on the high school baseball parking lot. So, and in those days, you didn't have to call the engineer to do all other than the city, here's our general layout, all the planning was basically done by the company itself. It was done via the company. And so, but in that context then, as Lamarque developed its drainage system and its water system, those of course are our weakness right now. They're the oldest part of our, let's call it the Lamarque body. And sometimes it's hard for residents of District B, which is our newer plan developments, to understand that, yeah, they're buying a product out there, their new home, which is brand spanking new, and they see that from the ground up. And yet many of us fail to understand that the connection to that, to our wastewater plant, is at times going through areas that are very, very old. And that's where we get these complaints that come in about wastewater seepage, or there's a backup in my brand new home. And so I would like us, as part of this effort of the American Rescue Fund, because it's permitted, is that we know, and we've heard this, it's going to take millions of dollars beyond what American Rescue Fund dollars provide. But there are other areas that cities or approaches other cities are taking. They've utilized German technology now, and Houston is doing this, is we start just simply, we don't have to dig up our streets. We start relining our pipes. And that is 3/4 of the cost associated with digging up streets and replacing pipes. So once again, I want us to be innovative as a community in terms of our use of these dollars. And if we can reline pipes, if that's feasible, then let's take a look at it. Let's get some guidance in that area. And let's try to deal with these weaknesses that we have in our system. The third item that I would like us to look at is during the TML conference, and Michael, you were there. Mayor, I think you made it eventually, right? I don't know if you got to the exhibitor area, but there was an entity, and I have their information, that was a machine that basically repaved our older streets.
Mhm.
I don't know if you recall
Street
looking
paving.
at that, right?
Mhm.
I believe, and I saw the cost, I still have them there, about another 300 and something. Of course, at one time we had it in Lamarck, way back when, I'm the older guy, right? We had the equipment to build our streets and to repair them. Of course, we don't have that anymore. But I'd like us to look at that again, once again, not make the investment in terms of one of those big machines that you see on the freeway as they build these roads, but these other alternative technologies that have occurred that are certainly not as expensive, but would permit us to go ahead and undertake repaving of our streets that are in the worst condition, and to better the community as a whole. So that's why I was asking for this to begin, but certainly part of the guidance that is coming out of the Treasury Department is that we have to start having discussion with our community. Put these things, and let's identify greatest needs. Let's identify areas that these American Rescue Fund dollars are acceptable to utilize, and then prioritize from there. And as we continue providing then grant, we'll watch some guidance in terms of the administration of these dollars. I hope that makes sense.
It makes total sense, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you. Thank you for making that, for bringing us to this point in our discussion. Let's open it up for the rest of our colleagues on council. Ms. McCall, if you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, I don't have a whole lot to bring up right now. There wasn't anything attached, to this area of discussion for this workshop. So I'm not, entirely sure what we should be, deliberating. I think Joe brings up a lot of good points. And I think if the main thing we come up with today is just a general plan of how to move forward, and when we'll talk more about these things, that's great. From my perspective, I agree wholeheartedly with Joe that this is not only an opportunity to recoup and settle, areas in our budget that are fragile, and recoup funding and use it for obviously ARPA's intended purposes to bring stability to cities. But also, once we've done that, once we've looked at our budget and we've taken a second look at the things that back during budget workshop, we said, maybe ARPA can help with this. I mean, I think that's our first course of action as we go back to that. We look at our notes, we look at the things that we identified as, the ambulances and different things that we thought maybe this is where this funding can come from. Once we've done that, then it's the time to consider where are areas that we can, how much money do we have left over to use for investing in future programs and investing in the city and for new innovative things that maybe otherwise we would never get a jolt of funding for. But in my opinion, the very first thing is to take a look back at the work we've already done to decide where this funding should go. And then from there, speak to GrantWorks and say, what if this is eligible? How do we make this work? What's the balance going to be? So, and as far as it, one question I have for Jessica or Frank is, you know, everything that I've been reading about ARPA, I don't see any like burden of proof on municipalities in terms of the ways in which you solicited input from the community. I think it's just sort of looked like it's been sort of a general, make sure you're doing projects that benefit your whole community and you gave your community a voice. But is there any kind of, are there any kind of bars we need to meet in terms of, we proved that we made these investments or we used the money for this because we heard X, Y, and Z from our community in this format? Is there any kind of requirement that you know of?
Jessica, I can try and touch on. Hi, I'm Fred Morris. I'm director of the ARP program for GrantWorks. Jessica is one of my project managers. There are different approaches across the state on how cities and counties that we're working with are approaching project development. Some city councils are choosing to do it themselves, be the frontline person to work with us. Others are appointing working groups of citizens or staff members to help develop project listings. That's going to be totally up to the city of Lamarck. What we will encourage you to do is develop a wish list, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And nothing is out of bounds. You put up anything that you can think of that is a need of the citizens of your community, and we will work towards either coming up with the right qualifications to make it qualify for ARP, or we will tell you, boy, we really just can't do that one.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, we're seeing different approaches across, you know, different communities. Like, for example, Wi-Fi and broadband was brought up. We have communities that are Wi-Fiing up their parks so that kids can, if they have to, go to the park and do their homework. We also have communities that are looking at community/training centers where they can do COVID testing and inoculation shots in these buildings. Fire and rescue and police can use it as a training facility. And they're also Wi-Fiing it up where kids can come in and do homework, and they use it as a teaching center. So there's just a lot of approaches to the way that that different communities are approaching their challenges. Infrastructure is by far the most common projects that we're working on, be it water plants, wastewater treatment plants, line replacements, lift station repairs, water tower projects, you know, pumps and valves, basic maintenance types of things. Road work was mentioned. Road work was not allowable under the interim final rule, but there were some changes made in the final rule that makes road work available. The final rule made the first $10 million of the allocation qualifiable to move into the lost revenue category. And I believe y'all have about 4.2, but money moved into the lost revenue category can be used on road work and bridges. There were a number of communities that were interested in some bridge work, which was not originally allowable. It is allowable now. Ambulances, sheriff's vehicles, police cars. We have clients all over the state that are outright purchasing ambulances, police cars, computer equipment. If you needed to upgrade dispatch, or if you needed to upgrade your city record keeping into digitizing records, things like that are allowable.
Okay, great. Thank you, Fred. And I'm sorry I called you Frank earlier.
Fred. Oh, I've been called that a lot of times.
Okay, well, I won't do it again, Fred. So again, I think that from my perspective, the best use of our time and GrantWorks time is for us to look again at the list that we've already made through our budget workshop. That was, all the things we starred and said, hopefully ARPA can cover this, or maybe we can look at this when we get the funds and see how much we're going to get, because we've already done that work. And then once we run that through the GrantWorks team and they tell us what is eligible and what isn't, and we have the ensuing discussions, then we'll have an idea of how much money we even have left over to get creative with, or to start thinking about what are some really big things that we could be strategic about with this money.
Yes.
That's what I would like to do. And, popcorn Michael.
So Casey.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can clear up the second part of what your suggestion is. Certainly the first part of it is that we go back through those budget items that we put an asterisk by in budget workshop to see if they fit the scope of these funds. Then secondly, did you say that we would then have a conversation about what other areas might qualify? And does that look like then the council bringing different ideas to the table, staff bringing different ideas to the table, so that at some point we would bring a variety of different ideas to the table, whether they come from previous budget conversations, whether they come from staff recommendations and council recommendations, at some point, get all those together, provide for them for the public via our website, Channel 16, or however we would go, and allow for a commentary period. Is that kind of what you're thinking when you say, when you're speaking to a process?
Yeah. Essentially, I would say, if I were to enumerate it, it would be number one. We should have, in my memory, we had it pretty well listed out, the things that we were hopeful that ARPA funds would help us with. We pull that out from our budget workshop. That's a simple list with the accompanying values that those are. We send those over to Fred and his team. They take a look and they get back to us on which things they think are truly eligible and workable. And if so, then number two, we approve those funds. We try to move forward with as much as we can on the timeline that's necessary. And then we have an idea of what's left over. What's the balance of the ARPA funding that we have to work with? And at that point, then, yeah, I think we, maybe through our website, maybe through some social media, maybe via some other type of surveying, whether it's the water bill or something, if, we allow a period of time for folks to submit ideas about what they'd like to see in the community. And at the same time, council comes up with a short list of the kinds of things we'd like to see. For example, if it was Joe, I would imagine he'd say, I want to see some type of, Wi-Fi broadband hotspot center, something to help with road work, and X, Y, or Z thing to help with flood management. I think we all should keep some pretty concise short lists, because hopefully most of the things that we dreamed up during the budget workshop will be covered by the ARPA funds. And then we won't just have limitless funds to play around with after. But I think if we come up with a short list among us on council and maybe as the city staff, and we allow time for the public, then we can put all those things together and we see, then we have another coming together, and we or the city manager's office, they sort of look at the things that align and present to us. Here's the list out of all of those suggestions. Here's the things that emerge at the top. And then I would imagine we then talk to GrantWorks and we figure out how to go from there. We look at the things that are most doable, the most likely to go through with ARPA funding with no problems at all. The things that make our life the easiest, the lowest hanging fruit.
Okay.
So
very good. Thank you for that framework for a potential process. Mr. Carlson.
Few things. I know we as the council said, this is what we'd like to pull out of the funds during the budget season. I think it'd be great to hear from the citizens too. And whether it be, we put up like a Survey Monkey type something on the city website so they can participate and give us their views. Or a town halls meetings like we did previously. That way we get the citizens' inputs. Because I think we as council already spoke during the budget hearings what we wanted. So I think it should be the citizens and the staff. The staff should make their own list and come to us and say, hey, this is what we would like as a staff. We know we presented it to you guys during the budget, or we didn't, but now we'd like to see if we can get this or that. So I think we've done our part on the council. I think it should be the staff and the citizens now. And like I said, whether it's a survey on the city website or a town hall type meetings, let them voice their opinions, their concerns. And I know I can probably safely say a bunch of their concerns are the infrastructure, but let them be that voice. Let them have that voice. So that's my 2 cents. I think we've done our job during the budget, but I think it's staff and citizens' turn. And then, I think that's a great idea to get the citizens involved because this is their city and we represent them. So they should be able to have a say in it. So
Very good. Very good. Ms. Yancey, Ms. Yancey is with us. Let the record reflect Ms. Yancey joined at.
I have 354.
354. Ms. Yancey?
Could you?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You give us your location, Ms. Yancey.
Okay, I'm in Atlanta, Georgia. The address is 1175 Apollo, Atlanta, Georgia 30331.
Very good. Welcome, ma'am. Go ahead.
The question had to do with the process, correct? Was that the question?
Whatever your first thoughts are, Ms. Yancey, or your questions. We have 2 representatives from Grant Works on the line with us to help us navigate this process. And all we're doing now is getting first thoughts from council on process, on items, on needs, wherever you want to take the conversation.
I think it's important that we do hear from our residents to see our biggest needs. I know some of my residents have basically said some rent relief is what they would like to see that other cities have done. I think for us, I want to make sure that the processes are open and transparent and that we get on this ASAP because some cities have already distributed theirs. And but I think hopefully if we can get a survey completed ASAP and give our residents notice that, hey, we would like you to do this survey so we can get some feedback. Of course, everyone is complaining about the infrastructure and of course our crime as well. But I'm all for making sure that it's a collective process. And that's all I have to say, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'll say this. I am in agreement with the rest of my colleagues in the idea that we need to add our citizens into this discussion sooner rather than later. I'm reminded that there are several things that were important to this council as we left the budget workshop, and I want to remind us of some of those things so that I can share my heart as it relates to the things that I would like for us to consider bringing to our community. One of those things is obviously the piece of machinery that the Mayor Pro Tem was referring to earlier in his commentary. And this is a machine apparently that is able to repair potholes in such a satisfactory manner that many cities use these types of machines to rebuild streets. They're that effective, to my understanding. And I believe that's the machine that Mayor Pro Tem is speaking about. It's about $250,000. I believe that is important because I have heard, as all of us have heard, one of the number one issues for our citizens is the street. The street is a major issue, and we have desperate need to repair our streets, replace them, actually, rebuild them, actually, but at least to repair them until we can get to a place that we can begin a major rebuild and a major replacement of streets. So that would be, I think, something that I would want them to deliberate upon. There are other items of heavy equipment in our public works department that we are in need of. Many of those items are coming up in our meeting tonight. We're going to have to discuss things like a grapple truck, which is about $400,000 alone. And so portable pumps for our wastewater system. And so these are some big ticket items that I would like for us to bring to the public to consider, as well as our goal for a safe city. We have to be mindful that we have a lighting issue. We need lights in our city to the tune of $500,000. There are lights needed in Omega Bay, safety lighting needed in Omega Bay. And so that's an important area, as well as camera systems. We are still in a war on crime. We have just begun, in fact, the war on crime. And our police department can use as many eyes as possible, even electronic eyes, even eyes that don't belong to human beings. And so there are license plate readers and things like that that can help when crimes are committed, when gunshots are fired. If we have a vicinity of where those gunshots came from, we can look at cameras to see vehicles leaving that vicinity, and it will enhance our ability to do police work. And so, as well as, let me not forget about our brothers and sisters in the Lamarque Fire Department. They are desperately in need of equipment that will make their job easier. For example, those front loader stretchers that go in the ambulances, and other pieces of equipment that they have been patiently awaiting. So I want to make sure that those areas, those items are included in our discussion as well. And I believe we'll get there. I believe we'll make a tremendous difference. But I wanted to bring those areas up for examples to us so that we can consider those moving forward. Let me say this before I start to talk to council about a little process, a process that we can use to arrive at these goals. Jessica, I want to be clear on something. You said, and I want to be clear for our residents in particular. You said to us that these funds cannot be used in lieu of a reduction in tax revenue. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Specifically, the quote is an offset a reduction in net tax revenue. So you may not use this funding directly or indirectly to offset a reduction in tax revenue resulting from change in law, regulation, or administrative interpretation beginning on March 3rd, 2021 through the last year of the project,
right.
So 2026.
Right. Thank you for that. And that's important for our community, Jessica, because we are also facing a tax rollback election. And so we wanted, again, we're trying to be as transparent as possible. We wanted to let our citizens know, because some of them may ponder these questions. We cannot roll back taxes and then use these monies to replace those revenues that we would lose. And again, that's just clarity for clarification purposes, so that we would all be on the same page. And I think that you stated it in the way that we've stated it here today will be crystal clear that that's not an option for us as we move forward in understanding what needs to happen in our May election. But let me speak to council as far as process. And so what I'm hearing, council, and you know, I want you all to help me create this process. Kiera, if you can take notes on this process, we might have one by the time we end. The first thing that I heard her say is Survey Monkey to all of our community members, or in other words, we need a survey. I believe Casey said it would be okay if it would be online. Mr. Carlson said Survey Monkey might be the ticket. Both Mayor Pro Tem and Ms. Yancey said that they wanted constituent input. And so the first thing I would say is a survey. Am I wrong in saying that, council?
You're not wrong, sir.
Okay. Would it be Survey Monkey? Would that be, or do we leave that up to Kiera and Kyle? Kyle's going to tell us what it'll be.
Mayor, we have a internal survey way to doing it that we used for the Safe City initiative that seemed to work pretty well. So we'll use that. It's a Microsoft form, which is part of our Office 365.
Okay.
We pay for.
Okay.
Is there a way that you can make sure that only like one household, they have to log in like one household, so we don't get multiple people allegedly signing in?
So
it's not
you know,
skewed.
if we make them sign in, then you're going to get less participation. If you make them, we can ask them to fill out, you know, their name. I know on the Safe City initiative, we didn't do that. We just did anonymously. I believe that way everybody could post what they felt needed to be fixed as far as crime in the city. But we can talk about that and work through something and see what we can do.
Okay, because I want every citizen to get their say, but I
Right.
don't want one citizen to put 2,000
No, I agree.
suggestions.
We'll work on it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think we can accomplish that by, I'm not as concerned about name as I'm concerned about address, right?
Right.
So we would be able to accomplish that if we would require them to put in their address, because if you see 21109B Bayou Road, that may be mom and dad, right? But there shouldn't be 15 adults
Right.
living in one house, right? So if we go by address, we would be able to know there's 2, there may be 3 in one address. Okay, we get it. Shouldn't be 10, right? So does anybody have any objection for us using address?
No.
So we would then have a period of how long, guys, ladies and gentlemen, how long would this survey period last?
I think 2 weeks is enough. I think that's sufficient. 15 days to 30 days.
Okay, a 2-week, 15-day process for commentary from the public via survey, online survey. Also, while that's going on, to Casey's point, we're going to ask Chief Argonne to work with Susie, who we're going to hear from in a minute, to retrieve all of those areas from the budget workshops that we were not able to fund, that we specifically said we wanted to see during the rescue plan process. So we will take about 2 weeks for that. Any objections to that? All this should happen simultaneously.
I'm not clear on that. So, I mean, the way I see it, if we allow 2 weeks, let's say staff is able to get this survey together, at some point by next week or something, then, 2 weeks go, it's not going to be until maybe like a March city council agenda until we can look at those findings, so they can look at them and aggregate what are the top things that keep coming up, the kinds of categories of funding. So if we can look at something, I would say before we get to that point, that before we get to looking at what is shared to us from the public, from the citizenry, I would suggest that short list of items from our budget workshop, we share those immediately with GrantWorks, so that by the time we come together and we're looking at everything again, we know whether those things that are on that short list from our budget workshop are eligible or not, so that we know about how much money we're working with after those things are taken care of. So that when we come to look at the items from the public, we know, okay, are we talking about we have $1 million left here, or, you know, whatever.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
That might have
Yeah.
been what you were saying. I just didn't, I wasn't.
No, what I was saying, what I was simply saying, Casey, is that in the next 2 weeks, they gather those pieces of information. How they disseminate it to us, it can go budget priorities, constituent input. It can go like that. I was just giving a time frame on how long we're going to give them to get all this information together.
Got it. Okay. Well, then I'm just adding on and saying that by the time we all like come to look at this again to make some decisions, I think a key piece is knowing whether we have the blessing from GrantWorks or not, that those
Right.
items that we already identified are a go or not.
Right. And hopefully by the time we start to actually have discussions on what stays and what goes in this plan, we would have all of the information in front of us. We would have our budget priorities. We would have what those costs are. We would have citizen priorities. We would be able to, at least, I would hope, put some sort of dollar figure to that, even if it's ballpark. And then the next level would be department head input. Right? That would be the third level. And a lot of these things will match. And that's the beauty of it. There may be something in the budget that we wanted that will end up as a priority for our constituents, that will also end up as a priority for that particular department head. And if we find those through lines, that's a no-brainer, right? So the third would be the input from our department heads. So we should have 3 categories. One, it should be the budget priorities from last budget workshop. 2, citizen input. 3, department head recommendation. And then 4 would be the council's deliberation on those items. Does that sound like a process that we can all agree on?
Yeah, that works for me.
That works for you. I see Casey thumbs up. Kim,
Yes, that works.
Mayor Pro Tem? That works. When do we, now, ladies and gentlemen, when do we expect to look at this final list and begin the process of deliberating? Are we looking, Casey, you said the March meeting. Is that an efficient enough of time frame?
I just feel like we're not gonna be able to get it done
By February?
by the February meeting.
Okay.
I mean, this is a special meeting at the end of this month already. You know, I think that's asking quite a bit of staff and asking quite a bit of GrantWorks. I don't know what their schedule is like. But if we're able to get them that cleaned up list of our things from our budget, I would say March. I think that's totally prudent, because from what I've looked at, some cities are starting to spend money, but there's a lot of cities that are not. And I think we want to do this the right way. So that doesn't alarm me. So.
All right, March. Kim, you good with March?
Yes, that works.
Michael?
I think March would be a good start. I just don't want to rush into something because we have till 2026 to get it all complete. So I want to spend the money, but I want to make sure we're doing it the right way and on the right projects. So I think March is a good starting point.
Okay.
And if I could jump in really quick, I'm loving the conversation and the way you guys are looking to do this. And we're here at all points to help. You know, we are here working for you, with you. If you need any assistance at all, it sounds like you have an awesome IT section that can get the surveys and anything, but any process stuff, anything that we can do to help, we're here for you. So in terms of our busyness, sure, we're busy, but we're busy for y'all. So if there's anything at any point in between now, March, whenever, that you guys need to reach out to us, want us to look over something, we got your back.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, Jessica.
And if I can kind of follow up on Jessica there, what the discussion that y'all are having is right in line with what we would recommend to the city is put together your lists, your budget items that you just couldn't get to, items that your department heads have, your citizens from a survey and that type of input, and then the council's list. And we put those all into our we developed a spreadsheet where we put the item in and then a very general budget or how much that item might cost, and it runs a tally for us, and we put everything in it, get down to the bottom and see, okay, you've got an extra, $250,000. Let's add some of these other things in, or we might have to subtract something away to try and hit that balance of what your allocation is and what your expenditures are. And we've encouraged all of our communities is do not resist the temptation to go out real quick and spend some money on something, because we need to make sure that it is going to be an expenditure that's allowable under the program. And that means going into this almost 500-page federal document and making sure we find the right paragraph and the right reference that says this is allowable, because we don't want Treasury to come back to the city of Lamarck after the program ends. They have 5 years to come back and examine your books, do an audit basically, and we don't want them to say you procured something in a manner that was not consistent with federal regulations, give us the money back. We do not want that to happen. So we'll encourage you to make a comprehensive list and move diligently and deliberately.
Go ahead. Frank, Joe Compion here. I have a quick question. In first question, this is just for clarification. There's an interim report, as I recall from my Treasury webinar, that's going to be due end of August or September. Could you clarify that for us?
There are a number of reports that are due. We the larger entities, the entitlement communities, if you will, they have a report due at the end of this month, January 31, but that's generally $10 million or over. Y'all aren't in that. There will be a report due April the 30th, I believe. Yeah. That will be your expenditure report. Any expenditures that you have made up into this point. If you haven't made any expenditures, we'll just enter 0 into it and report nothing. And Jessica will be able to assist staff with getting in there and getting registered with the Department of Treasury and following through all the steps. Their portal has had some issues, so we'll assist with that. But yeah, there are reporting guidelines and that have to be done, and we'll work with the staff to make sure those get in.
And Frank, somewhere in the back of my mind, and I'm looking through my notes, we're talking about lost revenue, and there's a lost revenue calculator, but that's with regard to COVID, the impact of COVID in our community. And the mayor's entirely right. These funds are not to cover our budget shortfalls in a very general sense, or if there were a tax rollback. But there's something that, and I can't find it around right now because I picked up the wrong memory stick, Kyle, and I had downloaded the presentation. But there is something that I recall in the presentation that I think that we as a council need to do as part of this process, and probably do it very quickly, is to pass a resolution with regard to saying this is COVID lost revenue in general, and we as a city can just go ahead and opt for as opposed to undertaking the lost revenue calculations, we can just say there's a $10 million shortfall period as a result of COVID, something along those lines. Do you recall something along those lines?
Yeah, that is something that came out in the final rule.
Right.
It allows up to the first $10 million of ARPA funding can be moved into the lost revenue category, if you will. There's also the GFOA. I'm sure your finance department is well familiar with GFOA. GFOA developed a calculator to assist communities in determining what their lost revenues actually are. It's a rather complex calculation going back to budgets of into 20, and then you're plugging in your budget numbers. When the final rule came out, Senator Cornyn and another senator, senator out of California, co-sponsored a bill that was going to allow this $10 million, the first 10 to go into lost revenue. Well, that got included in the final rule. So you could theoretically move your entire 4.2 into lost revenue category, but you still will have to report those expenditures to the Department of Treasury as if it was, we'll have to identify the appropriate segments of the final rule where it was expended. It's not a move $10 million in and do whatever you want with it. You still have to follow all the federal guidelines and regulations, but it does simplify it and allow you to do some things like road work that weren't allowed in the preliminary final rule.
Yeah, and as I understood it, if council just passes a resolution to the effect that we designate the full amount under this 10 million category, certainly we're not getting 10 million. Be clear on that. We're not getting
right.
The 4.2 million approximately.
About 4.2.
But what it does permit us to say is that when we decide there's a category like maybe roadworks or the equipment or whatever, then we already know that we just deduct it from that 10 million or the 4.2 million amount, but we've already have the designation as lost revenue. And we don't have to initiate the lost revenue calculator and spend our staff time on that.
Correct. But we will still have to write up the project description if it were a road project that you reconstructed the street and built 5,000 feet of curb and gutter, and you put down so many yards of asphalt and where it was and any environmental clearances that needed to occur. It still has to follow all the state and federal guidelines. All the boxes still have to be checked.
Yes, sir. So I would ask that perhaps if you have available the exact appropriate motion that we would have to act upon and provide that to our staff, and they could incorporate it in one of our future agendas here so that we can cover that as we begin this process. And one last item, Mayor, and I was thinking one of the, expect me for forgetting this, one of the appropriate uses of these dollars is to help our small businesses, I want to say small businesses in our community that have been adversely impacted by COVID. And that's a presentation that HGAC will have. They have a program, if we wish to participate with them on that they administer at no charge to the city to help facilitate that. Thank you, that's all.
Very good, very good. We're gonna invite Mrs. Susie Koo, our finance director, into this conversation. Susie, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. First of all, the city should get $4,291,404.85. That is the dollar amount that we get from the ARPA funding. Okay. So far, we've received 50% in cash. So hopefully we'll get the rest. Based on everything that I've heard today, how about this? I have the list of capital items from the budget workshops. I also have what council blessed. I also have what department requested, but we just couldn't bless at the time because of our affordability level. Department heads should know and identify the needs to meet public safety, public health, public works, whatever the case is, to serve the community. I have different grants that the city have been awarded, but not expended yet. This was one of the reasons why we selected GrantWorks, because they too should have the different grants that we've been awarded and the plans for what projects. Now, some of the grant projects and the grant fundings may duplicate with ARPA. And yes, other communities, they've already distributed some of the monies. That's great. But you know what? Not every community have the award of $48 million grants plus $7.5 million grants. We have. So I realize there is a desperate need from the community with different categories of expenditures. I do understand that. The survey is great, but my point is we need to plan carefully and make sure that we maximize the different types of fundings that we get and not duplicate. Maximize the benefits that we can get from the different sources of fundings to help our community in different ways. We can come up with a list and perhaps allowing choices when we send out the survey to the citizens, and then let them help us prioritize, because chances are, once we gather everything together, you may exceed the aggregate totals of $4.3 million. If that's the case, you're going to need that priorities from the citizens. Hey, what's top, and then knock out whatever that's least on the priority list. But if we don't have enough and there's still extras, perhaps we can think of other ideas and squeeze them in. But I think when we send out a survey, instead of just asking citizens, hey, what do you think that we need desperately to make good use of the ARPA, perhaps give them choices, like multiple choices. And then these are the choices that they like, and then have them just let us know what's top priorities, top 5 priorities on their list or something. So that help us see how the community feel about different things. That too also help us see what vision and what goals that we need to focus with coming up budgets, 2023, 2024. I kind of want to get the feel of how the community feel about the needs, to help our departments focusing on future goals and objectives at the same time. This is our opportunity to get that feel from the community and council. We need to have good vision. We need to have goals and objectives to work towards that vision, that organizational mission. Even after the grant funding is already used and spent, we still need that guidance from the community to guide us through future budgets. If we're going to send out a survey, this is the golden opportunity for us to hear from the community. So that can guide us through future budgets. As far as funding is concerned, we can gather together department heads, give us, hey, what are the needs? What are the priorities? What are the areas that we see as weaknesses in our community? And then I've already worked with Mr. Ho on some of the grant projects. And I think Gus was with me on Veterans Day when we met to discuss, okay, what are the plans to utilize the $48 million and the drainage and things like that. So factor that in towards infrastructures. And then whatever that's left that we couldn't complete outside of the 48 million and the 7.5 million, then maybe we can consider using ARPA fundings. And if that is still top priorities, be it. So when we come up with something like this and we send out the survey to citizens and let them fill in, the priorities coming back to us and council, maybe it serves something that's more meaningful instead of just sending the survey out right now. I just feel we need to really think it through every step along the way and plan it properly. So that way we maximize the limited fundings that we have from different sources, and benefit our community multiple ways at the same time. And timing, look, we got up to 2026. I mean, it's not like it's the Uncle Sam is going to shut the doors on us 2023. So make good use of the time and the grant opportunities that we've been blessed, that a lot of other communities have not been able to have a chance. $48 million is a lot of money, and we applied the most restricted grant money or sources first towards projects desperately needed. And then the least restricted ones, then we would kind of fill in the gap here and there. Just a suggestion. Of course, council still have the ultimate decision how we move about. We're here to listen.
I just want to say,
follow your guidance.
I think it's really prudent what Susie is saying, and I love it. I always like trying to give less of a scattershot approach and more of a like focused, allowing the public to provide input, but allowing them to give input on something that gives us even more information, right? I love that idea. So I'm in favor of what Susie just brought up. Just
who would know better than we do as staff to provide that transparency to the general public and help them see the true picture before they make their decisions, how they want the fundings to be distributed in the community. Now, we can always include another choice called other recommendations, and they can, freelance. They can put in whatever suggestions they want if we don't have those choices that they felt needed in their mind. That's a freelance. But at least kind of give them some ideas, because staff, of all people in the world, staff should know what condition the city is in, what are the needs. They, of all people, should know the best to identify the needs of the city, to serve the community the best way. Okay, so that's just my thoughts. I'm here to listen.
Well, it seems like then what we're looking at is first this list of budget items that we were not able to get to, that we said we wanted to see in the American Rescue Plan discussion. Then the next layer would be staff or department head input recommendation. From there will be a list of potential items formulated to go into the survey. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Is that what you're co-signing on with Casey? All right. Kim, do you have any objections to that?
No, I don't.
Mayor Pro Tem? Very good. Let the record reflect that Councilmember Carlson had to leave us at about 4:35. He will return within the half hour. He had to take care of some family business. Sounds like a process then that we can have completed by March, so that we can begin discussions as a council on those items that we've heard the community weigh in on, the staff recommend, and the budget workshops declare. Sounds like a plan. Let's see, is there anything further from the city manager or city attorney?
No, Mayor.
Mr. Morris, Ms. Hissam, do y'all have anything further?
Mr. Mayor and Council, we love the idea that y'all put forward, budgeted items from your department heads, items that the council is interested in, and the citizen survey, citizen input. That is a four-pronged, very realistic way to approach this, and I applaud y'all for thinking of that. And Jessica will be in touch with our primary point of contact to start gathering that information and putting it into a master list, if you will. And then when we have that master list, that's when y'all can start looking at it and putting check marks by things or question marks by other things that are good are solid. That's great. Things that we need to have further discussion on, that we will do that also. I think y'all have a very sound approach and we greatly appreciate it.
Very good,
Yes.
very good.
You have anything you want to follow up, Jessica?
Yeah, I've been incredibly excited to be on the scene. I'm really impressed with the collaboration already between everyone. Also, hi, Susie, it's me. Thanks for emailing with me. I really love what Susie said about looking at all your different types of funding allocations and utilizing the most restrictive for the lowest hanging fruit and using wider restrictions, perhaps ARPA, for things that, you know, are higher wanted or requested, but maybe less funded. I think that's brilliant. And we are here to help with all of that. So yeah, Susie, I'll be in touch with you, or you in touch with me, whatever, on those different 4 categories, and we will go through them with a fine-tooth comb, hopefully identify what's eligible and perhaps what's eligible under other grants, so you guys can have a good matrix of your possibilities. So thank you guys for having us, and I think this is going to be great. So we will all be in touch.
Very good. There is no action item on this, is simply a discussion. So I'll ask in this discussion, I'll ask the city manager, do you have everything you need as far as from this discussion to give you direction on what your next step will be?
I do.
Very good. And so we'll plan to have this as a discussion, potential action item in the March regular meeting. Any objections to that? Anything further before we adjourn? Hearing nothing, for those of you that are actually in town, sorry, Kim. We have, I believe we're going to have refreshments in the back. We have about an hour and 15 minutes before our next meeting. And so I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned until 6 p.m.
Hi, Cal, can you hear me?
Casey? You ready? Kim?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. You ready, Chief? All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. City of Lamarck, City Council Special Meeting, January 24th, 2022. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Lamarck, Texas will conduct a special meeting on January 24th, 2022, beginning at 6 p.m. in council chambers at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom. In accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code, a quorum of the Lamarck City Council and mayor intend to be and will be physically present at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarck, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kara, would you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember District A. I see her. I just
Ms.
need her to
Yancey.
unmute.
I'm sorry. I'm present. I was talking, didn't know y'all can't hear me. My address is 1175 Apollo, Atlanta, Georgia, 30331.
Thank you. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present.
Your address, please.
1111 Bayou Road.
And Mayor.
Present.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Kara. We'll now have our invocation. I will pray, and Mayor Pro Tem, will you lead us in the pledge? Let's pray. Most holy God, we acknowledge your presence in this place and in our lives, and we thank you for this great city that we call home. We thank you, Lord, for every member of this community. Thank you, Lord, for those appointed members and certainly those elected officials that you have appointed and assigned, Lord, to lead us in this great city. We pray that you would, through your wisdom and your grace, through your mercy, through your compassion, guide us, Lord, to those answers that would make our citizens safe, cause us to live life happy, and Lord, that would cause us to work together. We believe you, we trust you. We do all these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 4, citizens participation. Citizens participation limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who signed up may speak to council on a specific agenda item limited to 3 minutes. You should give the mayor your name and the item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, the city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personal business matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you are joining us via phone, you may press *6 to mute or unmute. If you're wishing to speak, if you're joining us via Zoom, through smartphone, tablet, or computer, there is a microphone icon at the lower portion of your screen that you may press to speak and to mute yourself. If you're in person, you may come to the podium to my left. You may speak, give your name and your address, an item you wish to speak about, and you will be heard. Kyle, are there any persons via social media that wish to speak tonight?
I do not believe so.
Very good. Are there any persons in the audience tonight wishing to speak? Any persons in our audience tonight wishing to speak? Very good. We'll move to item 5A. Conduct public hearing to hear input regarding adopting ordinance number letter O -2021-0018, amending section 8.8 of the city code to allow for the keeping of hens, making various findings and providing for an effective date. We'll take all of these together and have a public hearing for all of these at one time. Item 5B. Conduct public hearing to hear input regarding adopting ordinance number letter 0-2021-0020, amending the fiscal year 2021 budget for various funds, fund balances, and increasing certain expenditures to individual budget accounts in various funds and increasing certain revenues. Item 5C. Conduct public hearing to hear input regarding adopting ordinance number letter O-2021-0021, amending the city zoning map comprehensive plan by changing the zoning district for part of block 25, 2500-8, Division E, Cook and Stewart subdivision, located near Cedar Drive and Lilac, Galveston County property ID number 195743, providing a penalty in the amount not to exceed $2,000 for each violation, providing an effective date, and making other provisions related to the subject. Item 5D, conduct public hearing to input regarding adopting ordinance number letter O-2022-001, authorizing the issuance and sale of the city of Marque, Texas, public property finance contractual obligations series 2022, levying a tax payment in thereof, and enacting other provisions relating thereto. This is a public hearing on items 5A through D. We will close our special meeting at
6:07 p.m.
6:07, and we will open our public hearing at 6:07.
6:07.
If you are wishing to speak to us on item 5A through D, you may come forward at this time. You're wishing to speak to us on any one of these four items, items 5A through D, you may come forward to speak with us at this time. Again, one more time, if you are wishing to speak to us on items 5A through D, and you are a human being and not a chicken, you may come forward at this time. Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing at
6:08.
6:08. We'll open the special meeting again at
6:08.
6:08. Item 6, old business. 6A, discussion possible action regarding adopting ordinance number letter O-2021-0018, amending section 8.8 of the city code to allow for the keeping of hens, making various findings and providing for an effective date. This is the second and final reading. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item 6.
Aye.
Yes, ma'am. Item 6B, discussion possible action regarding adopting ordinance number letter O-2021-0020, amending the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget for various funds, expenditures by decreasing funds, fund balances, increasing certain expenditures to individual budget accounts in various funds, and increasing certain revenues, in various funds as set forth in Exhibit A. That sounds really confusing. But in essence, this is the balancing of the budget. Is that right, Ms. Susie?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Very good, very good. We were just simply trying to, in layman's terms, so that our citizens know, this is just reconciling our budget, reconciling the accounts. That's all we're doing in this very confusing language.
Yes, sir. In the budget procedure requirement purposes, that's it for last fiscal year to wrap up the year, to complete the year. That's all we're doing. Those activities council already blessed during the year. So it's a process.
Very good. If we were at home, we would be balancing our checkbook. That's all we would be doing. Very good. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 6C, discussion and possible action regarding the adopting of ordinance number letter O-2021-0021, amending the city's zoning map and comprehensive plan by changing the zoning district for part of block 25, in parentheses 2500-8, a division E Cook and Stewart subdivision located near Cedar Drive and Lilac, Galveston County property ID number 195743, providing a penalty in the amount of and not to exceed $2,000 for each violation, providing for an effective date, making other provisions related to the subject. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second? There's a second. This is a rezoning a commercial property to residential. Is that right? Do we need Kathleen, ladies and gentlemen, do we need Kathleen at the podium, or do we understand what this is?
I just would like a clarification.
Kathleen, would you approach, please? Thank you, ma'am.
Ms.
Yes, sir.
Stern, you're aware that we made this zoning change last year here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're going to be revisiting that as well. Here's my question. As a result of that zoning change, did that impact this particular property? Was it previously residential, and then as a result of the zoning change, it became commercial?
Yes, sir. It was going to be a daycare. So they rezoned it to commercial last year. Now it's been purchased by someone else and they wanted to rezone it back to residential.
So that was one of the impacts as a result of that.
Yes, sir.
That's why there's a reason for us to revisit this.
And we don't have any opposition to that.
Yeah. No, I remember last hearing that we had on this. Yes, I appreciate.
It originally was a residential home anyway.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions? Very good. Let's move to a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Item D, discussion provide direction regarding the acquisition of a police substation. Ms. Yancey, it's my understanding that you are pulling this item. Is that correct?
Am I pulling the item, meaning tabling it for next meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Are you asking for a table?
Yes, because I do want to talk with the chief a little bit more about that. And I'm sorry, our interim manager about that. We're still trying to work out the legalities of all that with Gus.
May I make a
Is
request?
that correct?
Oh, sorry.
Is that correct, Chief?
Yes, Councilwoman, that is correct.
Okay.
When this comes before us next time, if we could get some documentation in our packet so that we're a little more prepared when we come to the meeting. It sounds like, Kim, you wanted to pull this, before today, and that, you weren't able to get certain ducks in a row, but before the next one, if we could have just some basic information about like, what are the total costs we're looking at, broken down, and what the plan might be for how the police department will use that space. that would help me come into that meeting a lot more prepared. So.
Yeah, and to answer that, Casey, we're still in the process of obtaining that information and trying to see what's the best location for it as well. So hopefully by the next meeting, we'll have all that figured out.
Sounds good.
Yes.
May I say what's happened on that, Mayor?
Yeah, give us an update, Chief.
Since we sent out, a flare stating that we're going to be doing community policing, I've received a call from one developer. They want to donate businesses to us, and that's happened in my past. So hopefully we'll get something pro bono, and we'll use it. And if a council member or such a woman, such a Councilwoman Yancey wishes to use it, that'd be great.
Yeah,
so we'll keep on going with that.
So it sounds like you're asking for a table, Ms. Yancey, and we'll see if we can be fortunate enough to have one of our business owners donate some space.
Yes.
Very good. I will entertain a motion to table.
So moved.
I make a motion that we table. Second it. I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 6E, discussion possible action regarding forming a charter review committee. Mayor Pro Tem.
This is to pick up at our last meeting. Our goal today is just to go ahead as you had asked us to do, Mayor, is to identify a resident to sit on this charter review committee as we proceed forward on it. And I'm prepared to do so.
Very good. We have been speaking about a charter review committee, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the last charter review committee was 2014. The charter stipulates that we attempt to address the issue of charter review every 5 years. And so that would put us at 2020. There was obviously things going on in 2020 that prohibited us from meeting on a regular basis. So now here we are at the beginning of 2022, trying to regain footing and move back to regular business. And so the issue of a charter review committee is before us tonight. Is council ready to name their members of the charter review committee? If you are not, speak up.
I am not. Both the people that I spoke to wanted more information than I could give them about what this would be. So what I was hoping was that I have some people who are interested, and there's a couple other people I can speak to. I was only able to just personally speak to 2. And I think if I can come back and tell them exactly a better estimate of how often they'll meet and whether they can meet via Zoom. And what was the third question? When we expect the first meeting will be. Those are some things that I kept getting asked.
Go ahead, Jeff. And Casey, your comments reminded me of part of our previous discussion. I think, Gus, you were going to give us some feedback as to a time frame. If we had the work of the Charter Review Committee, last date, it could be on the May referendum versus something. Do you recall that part of the discussion?
Yes, I do. So the first part about to answer Councilwoman McAuliffe's question and to feed into yours, Mayor Pro Tem, the Charter Review Committee generally, per the charter, sits for 6 months or a shorter amount of time if they can complete their work in a shorter amount of time and file their report with the City Council. Moving to how long the charter election would have to be called at least 30 days before the election. There would also have to be a lot of for any charter election, the notices must be not only in the newspaper but sent to the citizens. So we would need staff in the clerk's office would need sufficient time to not only send those but make sure they're on file with the state and contract with the county to run the election for us.
So in reality, what we'd be looking at is putting this in November sometime. At the earliest.
In practice, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you just confirm we would not put this committee into practice until November?
No,
No, ma'am.
at the-
No, ma'am. Gus is saying that the timetable for election will probably be the November midterms. Yes, ma'am.
Got it. Okay.
It normally takes about a 6-month process. And then that goes to our discussion that you were wanting to have. So certainly the charter review process is about a 6-month process to go through the charter thoroughly. They usually meet once a month and go over sections of the charter. And then ultimately that culminates in a recommendation meeting that they would have, and then they would present their findings to council, who will then elect to move those findings toward a vote of the community, or for whatever reasons, if they were against the law, for example, they would pull some of those recommendations. So basically the process is going to take us about 6 months. So if we name them in February, if you will,
Okay.
February, March, April, May, June, July, and then council would need it for a month or two, right? So that we can look at it. And that gives us time to set a November date.
Okay. Well,
Did that help?
Yes, that helps. I think the people that are waiting on that information, I'll be able to name somebody in February then. And we're looking for 1 or 2? I actually wasn't sure on that.
Well, historically, we have looked for 1, which would be a 5-member committee.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Mhm. Go ahead,
Mayor, once again, you've got me thinking that perhaps we're a larger city now since the last time in 2014. And attendance, we want this to be a committee that does its work thoroughly, and the time, maybe the opportunity to appoint 2 people or 1 person with an alternate might be something that we might consider as well.
Maybe.
This is a thought there.
Well, let's have that discussion. We can discuss this. Casey, are you in favor of 2? Are you in favor of 1, or 1 and 1 alternate?
I think 1 and an alternate work makes sense.
Okay. Kim?
1 and an alternate, because you always have to make sure that you have an odd number. So, and then some, because it may be a 6-month process if we have to wait for it to be on the November. I think I agree with Casey, 1 and an alternate.
Okay.
1 and an alternate.
Joe?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's ladies and gentlemen, be prepared on the first meeting of February to name our 1 and our alternate. Kara? Thank you, ma'am. We ready to move to item 6F? Did you want to go back?
Just,
Go ahead.
Claire, what other, I'm sorry, Mayor.
No, go ahead.
And
You're fine.
my fellow counselors, for purposes of clarification, we're seeking individuals that reside in our district, or we're free to look for these individuals wherever they reside in the community?
I would say we are free to look for these individuals wherever they reside in our city, so long as they are residents of our city.
All right.
Doesn't have to be limited to your district.
Okay.
That's my belief. Now, your individual beliefs are your own.
I agree with that.
So. Was that it, Mayor Pro Tem?
That's it. Yeah, just a
All
clarification.
right, we're making headway. So we'll be prepared. We'll name next meeting. We'll name an alternate as well as an acting member. Now we're on item 6F. Discussion possible action regarding allocating funds received from American Rescue Plan Act. Mayor Pro Tem?
Well, this is a follow-up from the earlier workshop discussion that we had. And once again, as a reminder, we have the opportunity and to receive approximately $4.2 million in American Rescue Fund dollars. The city is already in receipt of half of that amount. We had our part of our workshop discussion is to begin the process with our community, consistent with the guidance of the final rules by the Treasury Department to get input from community as to best uses. The flip side of that is there are certain areas that we cannot use this funding on, like covered tax shortfalls, certain expenditures in the community as well too for like just simply adding additional personnel. So we began that discussion. Grant Works will provide us additional guidance in terms of this. And I think ultimately we're going to start this process as well with Kyle working on a survey instrument that will start getting some information out to the community and getting feedback from them as well as to what their thoughts are on uses.
Very good. So what we did in our workshop, to sum it all up, we had a workshop today at about 3:00. And what we accomplished was that we would, in this meeting, direct, and so this will be a motion here in a minute. But what we agreed to was to allow the finance department to bring forward those items from our budget workshop that we were unable to fund, that we specifically asked to be considered in our American Rescue Plan discussions. And so those items will be first, several items from budget workshop. Secondly, we will then receive recommendations from every department head on items that they would need. For example, the fire department would come and say, we need front end loaders for our ambulances. The public works department may come and say, we need a new grapple truck, right? And so those items will be added then as a second layer of recommendations. And then those two items, what we left off from budget workshop and what the department heads are requesting or recommending, will then be merged into this survey. And this survey will be online, like the last survey. You would be able to go in, give your address, because we want to make sure that we don't have everybody, 15 people from ABC 123 Street, right? So that we can make sure that everybody's having an equal opportunity to voice their opinion. And then you would be able to then check boxes based on what you think we should move forward with as a council. Then there will be another box at the bottom, and that box will be for your suggestions. Maybe the first 5 or 6, maybe they don't fit what you believe we need as a community. That's okay. There will be an additional box at the bottom that you would be able to say, well, I believe we need whatever that need would be. From there, all of those items will be submitted to council. And in March, we will begin discussing those items and moving forward with acquiring those items based on council discussion and council agreement. That's what the process will look like. That is what I'm asking for a motion for tonight. I hope that everybody understands the direction that we're taking on this American Rescue Plan money. So, council, are there any questions? Did I get it right? Did I surmise what we talked about earlier? Very good. Any questions from council? I will entertain the motion that I just outlined.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7A, new business, discussion possible action regarding resolution number letter R-2022-001, excuse me. Whereas the city desires to reimburse itself for the costs associated with the finance project from the proceeds of obligation to be issued subsequent to the date hereof. That sounds, again, really confusing. Susie, help us, please.
Yes, sir. This is just so that we can go ahead and spend the money on some capital items before the debt is being issued, if the debt is going to be issued. So we can use the debt proceeds to reimburse ourselves with the expenditures. And basically, that's it. If we don't issue the debt, that resolutions won't kick in. And I have Jonathan, who is our bond counsel, available, as well as our financial advisors to elaborate more if there is a need for more questions.
Yeah, Susie, I think we're gonna have to probably dig a little deeper on this one.
Okay.
What debt are we talking about? First of all, you're saying, and whoever's here, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Who did you say was here tonight to help you?
I believe Jonathan and Mr. Webb, David Webb.
There they are. Jonathan and Mr. Webb. There they are. So let's start from the beginning so that we're
Okay.
clear. What debt are we talking about?
Let's see here. I believe this one is on the police station. Remember last time at the council meeting, we talked about some assessment cost? I believe like 50-some thousand and 70-some thousand dollars. Those costs, if we do issue the debt, we can go ahead and reimburse ourselves for that if we pass this resolution.
Okay. So this resolution is only saying the monies that we are.
I'm sorry, I got confused between 7A and 7B. Looks
Okay,
like 7A is for the equipment that we're financing, the contractual obligations.
Okay. Contractual
7B would be the police
obligations.
facilities.
Ma'am? Say again? Did
That
she
we're
finish?
financing, I'm sorry.
Okay, start over again, please, Susie, if you will.
Okay. This is because we already obligated almost $400,000 for the grade all. Based on what I heard from Public Works, we needed to lock in the price before December the 31st. So that way the price would not go up on us and we would have to spend a lot more. So to do that, we had to do a PO. Normally, the normal procedure would be you issue the debt and then you do get council's approval and then you have a PO. But because of the timing issue, we had to lock in the price. So this resolution would allow us to, when we issue the debt, the contractual obligation, that we can reimburse ourselves $400,000 for that PO that we had to lock in the price.
You keep saying when we issue the debt. Talk to me about the mechanism that you're saying issuing the debt.
That would be tonight with council's blessing, the contractual obligation to finance for a list of equipment.
Okay, so this is debt that can be issued by council.
That's correct.
Okay.
I think that's like a few agenda items down.
It is. I'm just trying to make sure that we gives the public everything they need to hear what we're doing, right?
Yes, sir.
Could these items be purchased with American Rescue Plan monies to save the taxpayer from going into debt?
Well, they could. I would assume I'm not Grant Works, so they'll have to confirm that. I believe they could, but because of the urgency of getting certain equipment, we had to go ahead and expend them at the time. So now the debt itself is really not that significant. If you look at the bid tabs, the interest rate is quite low. So if we go through this, we can still spend it for other things. There's going to be plenty of other things that we can spend it on. It's up to council. And I can't say that there are other equipments on the list that we can spend the American Rescue money on, because other than the grade all, there are like a few more items on that list. So it's like a bundle of equipment, things that we want to get out of this financing. Again, it's really not something that is significant. It's a small package. So the interest rate is pretty favorable at this time. And I'll let our financial advisors, to speak to that. We went through the bidding process regarding that.
Very good, Susie. Thank you. Gentlemen, y'all want to add something? to this?
Yes, sir. Mayor, members of council. My name is Jonathan Frells. I'm a partner with Bracewell. We serve as your bond counsel in connection with issuances of public securities. In this particular case, the reimbursement resolutions that you have on the agenda today are for federal income tax purposes. So what it allows you to do is it allows you to spend general fund proceeds on these particular projects until you receive the proceeds of tax exempt debt, and then you can reimburse yourself for the general fund proceeds that you've spent on those particular projects. So that's why they're on the agenda for today, and that's why they're on the agenda in the location where they are. As it relates to the KOs, the contractual obligations that you have later on the agenda, those are going to be presented to you. Mr. Webb, who's here with Stiefel, is your financial advisor. He'll talk you through that process. If you look at the various types of equipment that are being financed with the contractual obligations, the nice thing about the bid that you received back that Mr. Webb will discuss later is that those contractual obligations can be refunded at any time. So you're going to sell those tonight. You'll get the funds for them in about 25 or 30 days after that. If subsequent to that, after you've been through your public process, there's a determination that you want to spend some other funds on the particular pieces of equipment that are being done here, you could potentially reimburse yourself with some of those funds. So there are some options that are on the table. Ultimately, we'd have to look back at the facts as they are at the time, but that's something that we could consider as that process goes forward. Okay. So hopefully that's helpful with respect to what these two items are for reimbursement purposes, but I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have.
Sure. Let's open this up, guys. You want to go first, Joe?
I do have a question, Mr. Frill. You mentioned something, and this is just to educate myself. Federal, you use the term federal tax, income tax. Now, federal tax obligations. The city pays federal taxes?
No, so you issue tax exempt debt.
Yes, tax exempt.
Right. In order to utilize tax exempt debt for the purpose of reimbursing you for costs that you've already incurred,
right,
you have to have an intent before you've incurred those obligations to repay yourself for those amounts.
Okay.
And so that's what we're doing tonight, is evidencing your intent as a council to reimburse yourself.
Reimburse.
Yes,
I
sir.
see. All right. And which is, Mayor, by the way, just by passing, talking about the American Rescue Fund dollars that we're going to start initiating the discussion on. I guess that's our goal, as working with the community and our staff and everybody else. We're trying to establish our intent of how we're going to use these dollars, right? Until ultimately we follow through on that. Thanks for the clarification.
Sure. Any other questions? So let's clarify one more time. If this council so chooses to use other resources to pay for these items, how would that affect what we do tonight? If we move forward tonight and we approve this, and at a later date, we decide to use American Rescue monies or other allocations.
Yeah, so a couple pieces of that. First, as it relates to the reimbursement resolutions, the reimbursement resolutions do not obligate you to do anything. It is just establishing an intent that if you do decide to expend proceeds under resolution 1 for the equipment purposes or general fund dollars for equipment purposes, and under resolution 2, as it relates to the police station, that you could reimburse yourself from a subsequent issue of municipal bonds of some sort. So the KOs and this are contractual obligations, excuse me, or a future bond election if you were to have one and issue bonds for the police station, if the voters approved it. So again, it's just setting that intent, setting a basis for you to reimburse yourself if in fact that's what you ultimately do. You are not obligating yourself to do anything as it relates to those two resolutions. As it relates to the KO, so the issuance of contractual obligations that are subsequent to this on your agenda, you're issuing them for a specific purpose, which is the purpose of buying the equipment that's there. There is a provision in the document that says that the bonds can be redeemed or refunded. The contractual obligations can be redeemed or refunded on any date on 30 days notice. So if you had other funds available within the general fund or other funds of the city that became available, you could give 30 days notice to the bank and say, we want to redeem those bonds, and then you would have the right to do so and pay off the bonds early if you have additional funds. So ultimately, we would just have to look at what it is that you want to pay, make sure there are no restrictions on using it to repay debt, because that would be something that would show up in the use of funds restrictions, or if there are any other federal tax issues that would keep us from paying that. So it is an option that you would want to investigate. I can't guarantee that you could in fact execute on that option, but it is an option that you would want to investigate if there was some overlap on those projects. Hopefully that's helpful.
It is helpful. It is helpful. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Any other questions? I will entertain a motion.
I'm sorry, I do have another question.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Go
Don't
ahead.
go anywhere. First off, I think it's really funny that you keep saying KO instead of CO. Is that?
Well, these are contractual obligations. So K is the abbreviation for contract that we use.
Oh, I did not realize that. That was making me
COs are actually different. So these are contractual obligations that you're issuing for equipment. So this is a special type of obligation for equipment. This is something a couple of years ago, you'll remember you did these for water meters. You did contractual obligations. So this is that.
Right.
So it is actually a different type of security.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Number one, thank you for that. Now I know more. I was just really enjoying thinking of knockouts. But I just want to make sure I understood that last part of what you said. And this is not for the benefit of the public. This is for my benefit. So we're not sure yet, because we still have to, go down the road of figuring out the ARPA funds and the eligibility of how they can be used for maybe potentially these items. But if I understood you correctly, it is possible that if we, what we're voting on in this moment is just the ability for us to reimburse ourselves. That obviously is not obligating us to any financial burden of any kind. It's just the mechanism that would allow us to be reimbursed later.
So if I can, just on point one, as it relates to resolution 2022-001 and resolution 2022-002, which are both reimbursement resolutions, those two items do not obligate you to do anything.
Right.
When we get down to ordinance number 2022-001, that is obligating you to issue the contractual obligations, and you would be entering into an obligation to issue that debt. So I just want to be clear on which agenda item we're talking about.
Right. Yeah, I get you. And the thing I need more like cohesion on is, you obviously we're not saying this is the case, so we need to explore it more, but potentially if we find that some of these, let's leave it to the equipment. If we find out later that, we can use these ARPA funds to buy this equipment, we could potentially, even though we've issued the KOs, not the COs, we could still use those ARPA funds to potentially pay us back and pay off this KO.
Yes, and let me be clear on this again as well. You have the option under the ordinance to redeem the bonds on any date, or the contractual obligations on any date on 30 days notice. So if you come up with funds that are eligible to be used for that purpose, then we could do that. The two things that we would have to look at if you decided that the equipment that is listed is something you want to use federal funds for is one, will the federal funds allow you to use them to pay off debt? Because some federal funds have restrictions against using them for that purpose. And number two, would there be any tax consequences to using federal funds for that purpose? And that's just something we'd have to look into. This wasn't something that we were aware of before coming tonight, that this was potentially an option. So I do want to tell you, I can't guarantee that you would be able to use the funds for that purpose. Those are two hurdles that we would have to overcome prior to making that determination. But yes, it is a theoretical possibility.
Okay, good. So I did understand that. And for the rest of the council, to be clear, I'm going to assume that we can't use the ARPA funds to pay off debt, just because that's pretty standard from everything I know about these kinds of federal mechanisms. And I do know that Melissa did say something Jessica said something earlier that did sound very much like we would not be able to use them to pay off debt.
Yeah.
So in that case, that's a bummer, but the fact of the matter is we need this equipment yesterday. And so this is the quickest way for us to get there and the most prudent way for us to get there. Susie, does that make sense to you? And okay. Thank you so much for answering my extra questions.
Absolutely, happy to.
Yeah, and to your point, Casey, one of the things that we learned in our meeting earlier was that we cannot use those American Rescue Funds to replace any reduction in our resources. In other words, if there is a reduction in tax revenue in any way, we cannot use those monies to reimburse those things that were cut from a reduction in tax revenue. And that's important for us in this community because we're facing a tax rollback. And so we learned today that it is illegal for us to use American Rescue Funds to do anything as it relates to any monies that we would lose from a tax rollback. And so I'm glad you brought that up, Casey, because that was an important part of what we learned today. Any other questions? Hearing none, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion. Did I do that already, Kara? Let's entertain a motion. Do you have other questions, Joe? Are you ready to act?
I move, so move. Yeah,
Is that second? Second?
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Are you a nay?
Nay.
There's 4 ayes and 1 nay. 7B, discussion possible action regarding resolution number letter R-2022-0002, whereas the city reasonably expects to reimburse itself for the cost of facilities assessment and design and construction, acquisition and equivalent, and equipment, of public safety building and cost of professional services prior to the issuance of future related debts. Susie, I believe this is the one where we are declaring reimbursement for the monies that will be used to assess and to program for a possible new public safety building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So all we're doing is saying that if the bond goes to an election and that bond passes, then part of that bond funding will reimburse us for the monies we've expended to get this ready for a vote.
Yes, sir.
I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
The second?
I second.
Did you want to add something, sir? Mr. Webb, you want to add
So I
something?
was just going to say that this is essentially the same discussion as the one we just had on 7A, except it's referring to a different facility and a different funding methodology, but basically the same nuts and bolts discussion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Kim, are you an aye or a nay?
I'm an aye.
5-0. Very good. You were a little delayed. 7C, discussion possible action regarding renewing contract for financial advisor Stifel to assist the city with GO bond election and other various financing transactions. Ms. Koo.
Sorry, I forgot I'm muted. We currently already have a contract with Stifel to perform this service for us. So this is just a renewing of what's existing current contract. At council's pleasure.
Council, do you have any questions for Susie? I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item 7D, discussion possible action regarding ordinance number letter O-2022-001, authorizing the issuance and sale of the City of Lamarck, Texas, Public Property Finance Contractual Obligation Series 2022, levying a tax payment thereof and enacting other provisions relating thereto. This is the first and final reading, and it's my understanding that this is the first and final reading because it is a CO or a contractual obligation or a KO. Is that correct? Help us, please, sir.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Under the Texas Government Code, if you are issuing public securities, there's a provision that says first and final reading is acceptable for all ordinances, and it overrides any provision of a charter that may say otherwise. So that's the provision that we're operating under here. And the reason for that is that we've gone out and we've taken bids, and Mr. Webb will talk to you about that before, and you've got actual bids back before you, and you need to be able to accept or reject that this evening on the first reading. So that's the reason behind the statute.
Okay. Any questions? I will entertain a motion.
Mayor, just a quick question, just
Go
for
ahead.
clarity.
Go ahead, Jeff.
This is.
Yes.
I see over here, it says estimated expenditure, $36,000. Is that accurate?
On what page?
It's on page, this cost details form.
Only this fiscal year, because this fiscal year is almost halfway through. So that's a partial year. The annual estimate cost is around 72,000. The debt payment, that's principal and interest together.
That's the debt payment.
Yeah, right. But this year only, because this is what's impacting this current budget year. So we only have one payment for this current budget year.
For the 21-22 period. Okay. That clarifies that 72 and the 30. Thanks.
Jonathan was saying earlier, yes, this is the obligation. It would obligate the city with this action. It would obligate the city to go into the contractual obligation.
Mr. Compion, you'll have some interest costs to accrue this year and some small issuance fees one time to affect this transaction.
But just to be clear, now I'm looking at this fiscal impacts line. This 36,000 is if I understand this properly, is for the rest of 2022 of our budget year. Subsequent years annual then is 72,000. So we'll be splitting it up in the same manner for subsequent years.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks.
Susie.
Yes, sir.
Is this debt, is this adding to our debt or is this replacing debt? You know how debt rolls off after a number of years.
Mhm.
So is this an addition or a replacement?
Currently, this would be an addition. Yes, this is an addition.
And explain to us why it is important to do this way rather than do it with a different funding mechanism. For example, American Rescue Plan monies. Or other potential opportunities. Why is it important to do it this way?
Now, as far as American Rescue money, that is until we see the survey coming back and we see what's in every citizen's heart. I can't really comment on that because that depends on the priority. As far as using our fund balance to do it, well, this is a better mechanism to issuing the debt. So that way we're not draining our fund balance on this bundle of equipment. Now, doing it this way with the reimbursement, that's because we met with Public Works Director and we met with Police Department. The equipment, they do need the equipment that they asked for at this time. Timing is important to them. So employees, additional employees being hired, they need to have equipment to work on, to get projects done, to clear up drainage, to do different things that expected out of them. So without the equipment, it is very difficult to meet those objectives. So therefore, and the grade all, they were going to increase pricing on us after December the 31st. So we had to do whatever we can to make sure that we don't overspend unnecessary money due to timing. So therefore, we had to commit ourselves to those kind of things and get the equipment in place. That's why this is a better mechanism for us to proceed and get this list of equipment that we desperately need. Plus the market condition, and I'll let Mr. Webb talk about that. The market condition, the interest rate is really not that bad. It's very competitive. So we're looking at, 10 to 15 years lifespan for this list of equipment. And we could pay off anytime if we choose to do that. That's just my take. So at the time, we had not even met with GrantWorks regarding the American Rescue money, what qualified and what not. Our true intent was, okay, department heads, they need certain equipment to function and get projects done. So that was what driving us into going this route.
And yeah, so if I may elaborate on that, timing was an issue. So deferring this and possibly rolling it into a future bond election really didn't seem like the best option. Financing it out of your cash reserves was unacceptable to Susie. She wanted to maintain cash reserves as best she could. Unsecured lease probably very likely would have been more expensive than these contractual obligations. And so after discussing with your staff and with legal counsel, that was the option that we selected. That is what we felt like was the quickest, most efficient, financially method to go about procuring these items of equipment and getting them in the hands of your employees as soon as possible.
May I ask, on that note of the need to lock down that certain interest rate and the certain costs before they went up, I would imagine that, so let's say we didn't issue this KO and we decided actually we want to wait and see if we just want to hold off and see if we can use those procured ARPA funds for this instead. Would it be reasonable to expect that we would end up paying more for those items that are listed here if we wait several months down the road? Because of, I would assume we would still finance them even if we get ARPA funds. We would just use those ARPA funds as part of the financing payment. Is that a correct assumption, Susie?
You're going to be accruing interest from today at whichever bid that you accept, and we're recommending that you accept the bid from Amagi. That was the one with the most flexible repayment terms and by far the lowest interest rate. So yeah, if we're going to repay this off with ESSER funds or the American Rescue funds, or some other source of funding at some point, the sooner we make the determination legally and financially that that's what we want to do, the better. And then we can give the bank 30 days notice that that's what we want to do. Okay, did that answer your question?
No, it confused me more, but that's okay. I think that's okay. That usually means we're onto something. So what I was trying to hypothesize was, if we were to say, actually, we don't want to add on more debt right now. We're more interested in seeing the eligibility of getting these items with ARPA funds, because we feel pretty good that they would be eligible for ARPA coverage. And I'm just trying to decide what's the more fiscally responsible decision: to go ahead and enter into debt, into more debt knowing that we might not be able to use those ARPA funds as part of how we pay it off? Or do we wait a few more months and then try to use ARPA funds to procure these same items? But I think maybe there's something I'm not considering that I'd love for you to fill in, and you to fill in, Susie. For me, it seems to me the biggest deciding factor is the urgency of these items, and whether we feel like it is prudent in the fiscal long term to make them wait more months for these things, because what is that costing us in other ways? Or if it's smart to, just add on some more debt because these items were needed back in July and they were needed a year ago. They were needed 2 years ago. So I'll stop talking.
Now, Susie, you jump in here and correct me if I'm wrong, but you've already issued purchase orders for the majority of this money. Some of those items will be coming in if they haven't already arrived. So
right,
now
okay.
the issue is vendors are going to want payment.
True.
And then the only question is, how are you going to pay them? What we have done is put this contractual obligation together on the presumption that your staff did not want to go into your fund balance and use your cash reserve.
Well,
that
there
we
you go. There's the piece
would
of info.
finance this another way, and this was the best way to do that.
Well, then that's the information that I suspected I was not thinking about, and you're totally right. Okay.
So that was the main key right there, because I cannot speak for Public Works. I cannot speak for the department heads, the timing, when they need what. They know they have to get the job done, some job done, and they know that piece of equipment is about to go up in pricing. So we were sort of trapped. And here we have only so many days of fund balance that we can work around with. And, I had no other choice. Remember, before that, right immediately before that, we had to come and ask council to bless to pay for the ambulances, the remounting of 2 ambulances, which we were lucky that we had the equipment replacement fund to borrow from, left pocket to right pocket. I did not even have enough time to go out for bid for financing, if you recall. And because I was told there was an urgency that we must have the remounts done now. So here, fund balance, no more from equipment replacement fund to borrow because we already gave it to fire department. So now what? So that's why I cannot speak for Public Works. I cannot speak for police. I know they have a job to do. When they said they need something, now they need it. We got to figure out a way to allow them to function based on their needs. That was where I stood. Now, we get to this point, it is in council's hands, where you want to go.
Susie, we're gonna hear from Mr. Compion first, and then we'll finish the discussion. Go ahead, Joe.
I believe this is the best methodology here. My plus and my minus columns, in the event that we determine as a community that a permitted use of the ARC funds is the grade all for $399,000, or the 12 new laptops for the police department patrol cars, or the digital video cameras for the police. If we determine at some point that those items are permitted uses under ARC, then that's an option, an opportunity we have at a later date. But right now, let's proceed forth with the acquisition of this important equipment. I'd like to see our streets, our staff have available the tools necessary to repair streets, to dig out, as I understand it, what's a grade all? Digging out stuff? Digging ditches, right? Cleaning out our ditches, because we get calls about that. And then the police having the equipment they need to combat whatever crime, our crime in our city. So that's just my.
And honestly, ideally, And this is exactly, and Mr. Interim City Manager can verify me on this one. When we met, ideally, I told them, if you guys can wait, then we come up with a strategy how to best utilize the fund, just like I recommended today. You know, if you can just wait, and we have this plan. But according to them, no, we got to have it. And I am not I'm not responsible for each of their departments' functions. They got a job to do. I got to support them somehow.
Mr. Compian, the 36,000 you were referring to, that's the figure that's on the agenda cover item here. That would constitute principal and interest accrued as of the end of the fiscal year for about half a year. The $72,000, the total cost with interest added in over 10 years is about $720,000.
Okay. Which
So
gives us
that's
then
just an
an
annualized
analysis
version of it.
that we can
Yes, sir.
determine, hey, if we're going to save this on a long term, reduce our debt by use of ARC funds, well, that we have that process that we can begin, or we are beginning.
Yeah.
But at this point, let's go ahead and acquire the equipment, give the support to our departments. That's my view. I'm ready to proceed.
Thanks for that,
I have
Joe.
a couple of questions.
Kim, go ahead.
Kim.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you guys could hear me. I got a chance to witness that very machine in the city of Dickinson this past weekend. You know, our church is located in Dickinson. That is a machine that we desperately need for our ditches here in Dickinson. I got a chance to view that. And Mayor, our people need to see the actions of this new council, what we're doing and what we're trying to do. We need some visible changes, things that they can see. That machine works. Where our church is located off of Avenue I and 24th Street, that area, we've had issues with drainage and ditches for years, and I'm talking years. And I was able to see them at work. It will make a difference. And I think this is a need, not a want. This is a need for our city. So I'm ready to proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Carlson.
Is this stuff that we allocated during budget hearings? I know the grade all we
number of
talked
it is
about.
things that we discussed. Yeah.
Okay. And the thing that disturbs me is we had till December 31st to lock in prices, but this is the first we're seeing of this. That's the troubling part for me. We had till December 31st. Here we are, end of January. And it's just kind of thrown into us going, hey, you have to, I mean, we talked about this in July. That's where my heartburn is. I mean, I'm all for getting the stuff that we need. And that's why I voted nay earlier, was it's just thrown right at us.
Yeah.
And if we talked about it and if we agreed to all this during July, I mean, why can't we have been why couldn't it come before us before now?
Yeah, Councilor Carlson, we had a transition of interim city manager leaving, hiring the new one on contract. It was very difficult.
Okay.
And when Rick got aboard, we started moving full speed.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Thank you. Thanks for refreshing my memory.
Go ahead, Joe.
And Michael, if I could, you bring up an interesting question, right? One of the things that I've learned here as council, I think a lot of people have a perception that we just snap our fingers and things get done, or we get information.
It doesn't.
And it doesn't, right? You and I have.
You wouldn't believe how
we've
many
all
times the
learned that.
mayor called me.
Robert sitting out there, former, it doesn't happen that way. And part of that is the form of government that we have in this city, right? Our faith and is in our staff and our city manager.
That goes right by me.
That's right. It's something that is.
I got called every
He
day.
is
from
not
the mayor.
pointing at me.
Is it paid staff? Also, what I recognize now, as I talked about it earlier, in the old days when we decided to build a road, it was a more informal methodology out here. I would say this so much that perhaps the quote procurement laws were not very well enforced. in those days, right? It was a brother-in-law deal with this and whatnot, right? And so there's a whole lead up now in terms of city government even for our small little community of 13 square miles. Just building a road is not an overnight deal. You know, the engineers, the environmental, we go down the list on this side. Heck, I remember when they were building the Ike homes, which happened 4 years after Hurricane Ike. The first, Gus, you may remember this if you were there. The first study that had to be done was a noise study, this is not Houston, right? So there's a whole, it's a whole new ball game. And we're here, and I put my faith in our staff, and I'm here to support our department in reaching the objectives that we as citizens are asking them to do. Let's get our ditches dug. Let's make sure that our police is out there responding and taping crime as it matters and having the equipment. So, you have a valid discussion there in terms of this process, but I think, and this is not, I don't think things are going to change too much, Michael. This is part of a process now.
Well, I would like to see it not streamlined, but brought to council's attention a lot quicker, a lot sooner, because I mean, this is something, I mean, we got a tax rollback. We've got, I mean, I don't want to accrue debt before we know what happens with this tax rollback. So, I mean, I'm all for the equipment. I'm all for giving the staff what they need, but the timing is just not there for me. And that's the heartburn that I have. So that's where I sit on it. I just don't want to accrue any more debt till we figure out what's going on. But at the same token, interest rates are going up. So that's where I have the heartburn, is just thrown at us.
Yeah. And it's okay, Michael, to feel that way. It's okay to be concerned about what our future will look like. I think that's a normal contemplation, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that if I were to comment on some things that we were sharing, I think one of the most powerful things that Mayor Pro Tem is trying to bring out, and I echo this, is a couple things. Chief Argonne suggested that Rick Saylor just arrived in our city in December. And so a lot of those things fell in his lap, and I commend you, Rick, for picking up things the way that you have and move the ball forward for our Public Works Department. You've been doing a tremendous job in that regard, and I want to again publicly acknowledge that. I think that's part of it, though, Michael. I think even in our police department, I think that we had some reorganization to do. We had to get some people in place, and there was a transition. But Mayor Pro Tem spoke to something I think that we have to continue to reiterate to our citizens. And I think we have to share this with the rest of our citizens, those that are at home. This is a council manager form of government. The city council only directs the city manager. We don't hire or fire the police chief or the fire chief. We don't hire or fire administrative assistants or public works directors. We can only direct in a council meeting the city manager. There's a lot of misconception about what we do and what powers we have. And simply go back and read our charter and go back and read the governmental literature on a council manager form of government, and you'll realize that this council cannot act alone. It takes three of us to go to the bathroom, if you will, literally does. And we need to make sure that we understand that in our community. Not one person, Mr. Carlson cannot go around here ordering folks and spending money and approving budgets. Doesn't work that way. We all have to be accountable to one another, and all of us are accountable to our city attorney and our city clerk. She records everything. this person, Mr. Gus, makes sure everything is legal, and then we hold each other accountable. And so that's the way it works. It's not as complex and mysterious and nefarious as folks might want us to believe. It's government 101, very transparent. And I believe you. I believe what Joe said, and I'm with you, Joe. I think that we move forward in this city. We can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, which means we can move forward with much needed improvements and work toward upholding a tax rate all at the same time. So I happen to be in favor of this as well because it's long overdue. Any other discussion?
And Mayor, just to be
Go
clear,
ahead,
so
Joe.
for our citizens, and correct me, Mr. Webb, if I'm inaccurate in saying this, the items that we're discussing under this bond, that were the amount, they are Department number 12, 4-inch trailer mounted trash pumps. Department 24, Mr. City Manager, you have the department codes. I don't know them. You can hold a gun to my head now. I don't know what they are. But 6-inch trailer mounted trash pumps. And I'm referring, I guess the 6-inch refers to the circumference of the connection. Would that be accurate in saying that? When we say 6-inch or 4-inch trailer, maybe?
Rick is shaking his head, yes.
Is that it, Rick? Okay. And because we have different sizes, connections in our city. And a the Gradall all-wheel drive excavator, 2 John Deere zero-turn mowers. Once again, for our areas, lots are overgrown. 7 WatchGuard mobile digital video cameras. Are those items that are in the patrol cars? Yes. So once again, protection not only to those that are in trouble with the law, but protection for our own policemen and policewomen as well too. And then mobile, Department 5, I guess that's police, obviously, then mobile computer terminals for patrols, 20 of them. And that total amount is $626,000.
Yes, sir.
On that side.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
On the following page in your agenda, just so we're all clear on what we're recommending and what you're voting on, we prepared the term sheet document.
I saw that.
Susie sent it out to 24 different banks. We got 3 bids back. The best one, the best interest rate, the lowest interest rate, and the most flexible terms were offered by Amity. Amity offered you 1.81%, significantly lower than the other 2, and more flexible terms, including that prepayment at any time with 30 days notice. And also, I just wanted to point out, Mr. Angst, Brad Angst, is he and I both work for you. He is our lead advisor to the city, and he's here tonight on Zoom. You may have noticed in the past, one or both of us are typically here.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
The second.
I second.
Any further discussion?
I just want to go on the record of saying I do support the equipment that we need. I just think it's the timing that's wrong.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We respect you for that, Michael. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Ms. Yancey, are you for or against?
I'm aye.
All right, Kara, that's a 4-1 on
She's
that.
creative.
7E. Yes, sir. Thank you. 7E, discussion possible action regarding ratifying of capital expenditure to the Houston Galveston Area Council for the cost of a new Gradall XL 3300 all-wheel drive excavator in the amount of $399,214.54. Mr. Saylor, is there anything you want to add to this lovely, lovely purchase?
No, I think everything's been discussed here. It is a famous Gradall we talked about this evening. It will be used for stormwater maintenance in the city. We are putting together a staff timing wise, I know the bid came in on this radar about right at the end of November is when we actually got the final bid for the purchase. The estimate that council voted on back at budget time was a budget number that we had for the equipment. So it really didn't get ordered till after for this fiscal year is what the timing was. It could have been done a little bit sooner, but we did it as soon as not too long after I got here. So at the end of November was actually the bid document from HGAC, which is where we're purchasing the equipment. We did have that discussion about pricing going up in January, so that's why it got pushed to making this purchase, working together with finance. The decision was made to go ahead and issue the purchase order, come to council to ratify this purchase that was basically an approved equipment purchase for this year. So that's kind of the timeline of how that.
Rick, would you do us a favor and help us to understand exactly what this piece of equipment will do to help
Grado
us?
is a unique excavator, unlike a backhoe. It's got an articulating bucket that you can actually sit on the side of the road and actually dig out or re-excavate a drainage channel that you can't normally do with a typical backhoe that we own. So that's the biggest advantage of Grados. They're really designed to do drainage channels, digging and cleaning. We use the one we've got right now for culvert installations because we install culverts within the city. The reason we needed a second one is to be able to build up that team that we came back to council and talked about as far as staffing, because the equipment takes staff, and we're putting together a 4-man crew on this stormwater maintenance to accomplish what we want to do here as far as maintaining drainages.
Very good. It will go toward improving our drainage. For those of you that couldn't hear or didn't truly understand what Rick was saying, this piece of equipment will go along with those 4 folks that this council has hired to help improve our drainage. And so
we are in the process of hiring. We've interviewed a gentleman today that we believe we're going to put forth to actually operate this equipment. We've got some other team members. Unfortunately, we lost some team members in December, so we're trying to restaff that street department a little bit.
Good deal. Good deal. Any other questions for Rick?
Did I hear you say that you already have a Grado?
We have one Grado in place right now. Yes, sir.
So can you interchange the parts on it? Is it like a Lego set?
I don't have the exact model or the year on the one we've got, unfortunately, to tell you right now, but basically the newer model is similar to the one we've got, but it's just basically a newer model and gives us another piece of equipment that we can use strictly for stormwater drainage, which was what we wanted to do.
And how old is this Grado that we have now?
You know, I don't know for sure. I wish I knew that, but I would say it's 7 to 8 years old.
7, 8 years old. And at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is we're having drainage issues.
Right.
Right.
And the point of the second.
So it doesn't matter if we already have one, we're having
Right now,
drainage
yeah, I
issues.
mean,
Right.
Right now, we use the other Grado to basically install culverts. And
Right.
So that takes a piece of equipment on its own, and we haven't had time to do any drainage.
So one Grado is
piece of
installing
equipment and
culverts.
One team. Yeah,
Right. Right.
This Grado comes into play when we have water line breaks. Is that accurate or not? No?
No, we use a backhoe or.
That's the
or a mini
backhoe to get it-
excavator
to get
for
it in
water
there.
line work.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That
The
Grado,
backhoe doesn't really, I mean, it's the bucket on it is articulating, like I say, which means it swings off to the side and it's got some maneuvering that a backhoe doesn't have.
uh-huh.
And so that's the biggest advantage of the Grado. Miss Nancy, Councilwoman Nancy had mentioned that she saw one in use up in Dickerson, I believe. And they're very unique in what they're able to do, unlike a backhoe, which is just basically a digging bucket with a loader bucket. It just can't really do the same work.
I do recall early on when I came on council, a constituent parent who was visiting from El Paso, who owned an equipment company, was his daughter was renovating a home in the Heights area. And one of the things that was holding up the renovation was the installation of the driveway culvert, I guess. And our particular grade all that was going to be utilized for that purpose was broken, or it started the work, then broke down. And he offered to repair it at his own cost. And he was so kind. He was working with Chase Carey at that time. And he indicated that it was not a very good piece of equipment, that he would gladly donate one to the city as well too. I don't know what happened to that, but I thanked him anyway. Thanks, that's all.
I think that sometimes we find ourselves in the catch-22. You're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't. We're here talking about a 400,000 piece of equipment that is desperately needed in our city to help improve drainage. Now, we get tons of calls about flooding and drainage, and yet we're here trying to make an impact on those calls and those concerns. And then we're talking about, we already have a grade all, so that if we then stay with the one grade all, the drainage issues will persist and we'll get more complaints. And they'll want us to do something else about our drainage, which would then be get another grade all. It's insanity. One side, if you don't get the grade all, you get complained about because there are flooding issues. The other side, if you buy the grade all, then you're getting complained to because you've expended funds. At some point, you have to do what's right and leave the rest of it behind. Right? Because people are going to complain, unfortunately. Some of us, regardless of what we do. And we just have to make sure, as we always have, as I always have, just do the right thing. And the right thing for me and my understanding of what we need is to get the grade all. Because everybody is concerned about our drainage.
The only way to maintain.
That's the only way to maintain drainage.
Equipment and manpower.
Mike, I got a question.
Yeah.
How often do we use the grade all we have now? Is it used daily? Is it used weekly, monthly?
The culvert work we have right now, I think we've got 7 to 8 culverts that we're behind on. We're a little bit behind on getting culverts installed because of some loss of staff that we had in December. Joe Mose was our main operator on that grade all, and from the time I started here in November through the time that he left, he was pretty much installing culverts almost every day.
So your answer would be, we're not using it.
Right now, we've been using it on some culvert installs.
Okay.
But we're behind on.
My question was, how often do we use it? Once a day, once a week, once a month?
Right now, I would say it's probably being used once a week or so.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to find out. Can we justify a second grade all? And you saying we use it once a week, I don't know.
Right. The purpose of the new grade all was to stand up a stormwater crew for the drainage.
Okay, but why can't they piggyback on the one that we have now if it's only being used once a week?
As I mentioned, we're behind on getting culverts installed. If we had the operator staff to be able to get those culverts installed, that grade all would be being used every day.
Okay.
Because we would be putting culverts in.
Okay.
And again, I think again, not toward Councilmember Carlson, but just adding to the discussion. At the end of the day, we still have flooding issues. And we need more than one grade all in a city our size with the issues we have to clear out our drains, to clear out our ditches. It doesn't, we can act like we don't need them, but we need them. At the end of the day, this city has been kept behind for years because we have refused to make investments in the parts of our city that need it the most. And this council and councils before this council have been blasted because of the lack of services that we've been able to provide for our citizens because we don't want to expend any resources. That is factual information. It is a fact that we struggle with drainage. It is a fact that our homes and our properties are in jeopardy because of flood water. That is a fact that we can't deny at the end of the day. And at the end of the day, if we're going to move our city forward, then we have to make those decisions to move our city forward. To simply say we only have one grade all is not sufficient. What do we need? Not how many do we have, not how much we use them. What do we need to move our city forward? This is where we are in this conversation. And it is clear that the expert in what we need for our city as it relates to public works is Rick Saylor. And if Rick Saylor is recommending to us that we need another grade all and another crew to make sure that our city is drained properly, then we have to move forward with that. We have to move forward with that at the end of the day. No matter who likes it or who doesn't like it, this council has to make decisions on what's best for the rest of the city. There are 18,000 plus people in this city. And if they are complaining about drainage, it is our role to address those complaints about drainage. One of the ways that we do that is we purchase equipment and we provide for people power to operate those pieces of equipment to make sure that we drain our city. Because when the next storm comes and there's flooding, those same folk are going to be looking at us for answers. And if we didn't do what's best in our power to make sure that our city has what we need, then there's going to be an issue. You're darned if you do, you're darned if you don't. We might as well do so that most of us can have drainage when the next storm of the century comes. That's my take on it.
I would agree, and I would.
And then I have a question for you after that.
I was not here when the decision was made to get the grade all admittedly, but historically, what you've got to look at is what you've bringing up, that we had good staff, we had a grade all, they were using it to install culverts, trying to stay up with the culvert work, so there was never any time, either equipment or manpower, to work on the drainage. So it did not get done. And the culverts, is a permitted process. People pay to get these culverts put in. The city's opted to do that work. That was a decision made, through city council or through the city to do that. We charge customers to put the culverts in. They buy the pipe, we install it. But that work, has evidently not been giving us the affordability to do the work on the drainage channels that we need to be doing. And we've got miles and miles of drainage that needs work. There's no doubt about it.
So let's sum this up, and then I have a question for you. Just really quickly, before you got here, this grade all was in the process.
Yes, sir.
Would you be, let me just finish this. Would you be surprised to know that this was generated under Chase Carey, who was the person that preceded you?
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
I guess.
Would you be surprised to further know that it was the former city manager that actually started the process for this new grade all?
I imagine it was.
Not Chase Carey, but Mr. Tink Jackson that started this whole thing about a grade all.
Right.
Okay. Here's the question I have for you. In this, in the materials that we have tonight, it lists this grade all as a 5-year life asset. And I believe that this, the KOs that we are, and help me, Susie, to make sure that I'm clear on this. The KOs actually have a life of 10 years. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So the KOs, the contractual obligations, have a life of 10 years. But the actual piece of equipment that we're referring to, it looks like has a life of 5 years. Is that what am I reading that correctly?
I believe that's the depreciation that we possibly are using on it. I know that there was some documents that I came across as far as a lease program, but a piece of equipment like a grade on, normally any earth moving type of equipment, I've always estimated those equipments for 10 to 15, sometimes longer life expectancy.
Very good.
So I certainly, this grade on is not going to be used up in 5 years.
Very good. I had a question today from one of our constituents that looked at that, and they were curious as to why we would be paying for something for 10 years with a life of 5 years. But you cleared that up. Okay.
May I please just add
Go
few
ahead,
quick
Casey.
because I feel like there's a lot of feelings around this, and I certainly share some of them, and I just want to share with how I'm reconciling some of them. And I don't know if Councilman Carlson, if this is welcome or not, but I can't really see your face that well, so I'm just going to go for it. Just like to kind of respond to, you know, the heartburn that you were sharing, like I fully get that. There is this, for me, sense of, I mean, it's a huge responsibility for us to sit here and look at numbers and try to make the most fiscally responsible decisions. And we know we have monies coming, and we know that debt overall is something we have to manage very, very carefully. I think what we're experiencing right now, like, you know, some of these unanswered questions and some sort of uncertainty, has almost everything to do with the fact that for the last 6 months, we have just been in constant transition.
Right.
And that means that there's been almost no point for someone to sort of take hold long enough to let everything that's gotten thrown up in the air, all the dust that has been flown up, to settle back down and sort of get things back on the kind of track where I agree. It doesn't feel great to come to a January meeting and feel like staff had to make this immediate decision and you better decide what to do right now. They were in a tight spot when it feels like, ooh, it didn't have to go that way. But I think that is not the result, as I see it, of bad choices by our staff. It is the result of them making the smartest decisions they can at every single point based on the situation they've been in, that has been basically in constant flux for the past several months. As Mr. Saylor said, you know, he walked in to his position, and once he got his eyeballs on things, made decisions about POs and everything as quickly as he could. But at that point, there's just been so much for our staff to take on and figure out every day. And we've had so many meetings since June. I mean, there is so much they're handling at all times. And so while I think that like you said, the timing feels unfortunate with, you know, issuing that, I think it's also really important to remember, not only is there that what I just detailed, but Chase has been talking, at least in my memory. It might have been longer than this, but I can guarantee he has been speaking to us about the need for new equipment, specifically this grade all, for at least the last 3 years. And he's been talking about how we would need it when we found, he'd also had been requesting for more staff, right? And I remember him arguing that when we get to that moment when the city can afford the bump up of staff, we're going to need to also factor in the cost of new equipment so that staff can carry out the jobs we want them to do. And so, you know, we all have these big these master ideas for the things we want to see getting done, the kind of drainage attention that we want to happen, the kind of clearings, and specifically public works types jobs. And that requires not only that we staff them, but also that we give them the equipment they need. I know you know that so well with your fire experience. Like, it's no good for us to hire people if we don't give them the right tools. So I do think, for me, that's part of what's helping assuage some of my feelings about that, because this is so long overdue. And it is a very reasonable type of debt. Very reasonable, that we knew was coming, you know, and even if we didn't have these ARPA funds on the table to make it feel a little, to have to add extra interest, we knew we needed to take on this type of debt. And it's appropriate for the moment, I think. And additionally, not to, I think Mr. Saylor said you obviously you weren't around when we purchased that other grade all. I remember, if memory serves, Chase talked about it being at least 15 years old. So it's old. And I think like, just like, you know, so much of our actual physical capital assets, our infrastructure, the big tools for all the different departments, they just need help. They need new ones. So anyway, that's all I have to say. I didn't mean to belabor the point too much. We've talked about this a long time, and I still can only see kind of like blurry, rubby faces. So I hope no one died of boredom while I spoke. Thank you.
And I will clarify one item that was brought up. And you asked me, we actually do have an older great hall that is 15, 17 years old that's inoperable. And we're putting that in auction. So this one is basically replacing, we had two all along, it's just one was not operable. We only had the one, we were using the one. So that might have been what was discussed about replacing this existing piece of equipment that's sitting down there taking up dirt space.
So this whole time we had two.
Right. And it was an old piece of equipment that we just need to auction and see what we can get for it or off to the junkyard.
Yeah.
It's
See,
steel. It's a piece of steel sitting there.
yeah. And Casey, there's let me say this, that my commentary had nothing to do with Mr. Carlson's commentary at all. We're in lockstep. I get where he's going with this. My commentary is directed at this idea that no matter what we do, there will always be complaint.
And I understand that.
Yeah. You know, I mean, and we're here in a room that you might not be able to see the room, but no matter what we do, there will always be complaint. And it comes to a point that it's designed to stop us from governing. And I'm not going to do that. I'm going to govern. Because the people need improvements. And so we need to stay focused on what we need and how we go about getting what we need. Stay focused on the task at hand and don't allow any distractions. And at the end of the day, that had nothing to do with Mr. Carlson. We need a great all. People are complaining about drainage. Streets are being flooded. In my opinion, we need a great all. And I don't think that Mr. Carlson disagrees with that. I think we're trying to figure out how we pay for it. And that's all we're trying to figure out. And that's all that was about, Casey. We're not going to let anybody stop us with whatever they're saying from doing the people's business. That's all.
I agree with, you're right. I can't see I can only see y'all and the back of Rick's head. It's a great head. But it was more just that I sympathize with what Michael expressed earlier.
Sure.
So I wanted to speak to that directly. And I also just wanted to recognize, I think we should recognize at every opportunity we get, the immense burden that our staff has shouldered for the last several months, keeping everything as functional as they have. Like they've done a lot and there's been so much change in leadership, and we're on our way. I mean, like this is normal for cities, right? But it doesn't make it any easier. And so I just want to say that I think they're doing a whole lot and they're doing their best. And that's not pointed at anyone. I just want to take the opportunity to say that, especially when it's like, ugh, we don't love how this came out, but it's also like, that's life, they're doing their best and they're doing a great job. So that's all. Okay.
It works. Kiera, where are we, do we have a motion or no? We'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
A second.
I second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
I voted aye.
Aye. Look at you, Michael. Getting convinced by the council.
No, I just want to walk out of here safely.
Is this government at work? I think we're all going to walk out of here safely. I think that what we need to do is focus on the people's business and be dogmatic in that and be determined in that. And I think the rest of it will take care of itself. And that's what we're doing here tonight and having fun doing it. 7F, discussion, possible action regarding approving 12 new laptops for police department patrol cars. Mr. Hunter.
This is for the PD, part of that 20 laptops that y'all approved previously in the agenda. This is just the 12 that they essentially needed immediately. So we are wanting to purchase those.
Very good. Does anybody have any questions for Kyle? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item 7G, discussion possible action regarding approving issuance of unlimited tax refunding bond series 2022 under Galveston County Municipal Utility District MUD 32 in the amount not to exceed $1.9 million. I believe we have representatives from.
Mayor, members of council, my name is Lauren Morales with RBC. We're a financial advisor to this Galveston County MUD number 32, better known as the Landing at Delaney Cove. We're asking for your approval tonight to issue refunding bonds. In 2010, the district issued bonds for water, sewer, and drainage projects. There's an opportunity to, you mentioned earlier, Mayor, this new debt would replace the old debt. And there's an opportunity to realize pretty significant debt service savings by issuing these refunding bonds for various reasons, one of which is that interest rates today are lower than they were in 2010. So asking for your approval to try to save the residents in that district some money.
Now, remind us what district this is, what area of our town this is?
Landing at Delaney Cove.
Delaney Cove?
Mhm.
Okay.
That's not the whole one. You said it was, I think in your email to me, it was part of it.
Part of it is in your district, part of it is in,
Yeah, so it goes over to what, to Saltgrass too, or?
no, I'm not sure which district Saltgrass is in. Saltgrass is in another mud. So I'm not sure
Oh.
which district that's in. Galveston County 32 has not done any refundings to date, but Galveston County 68, which is another in-city MUD that my firm represents. So I know what they're doing. They have done refundings. They got some new city consent conditions from y'all when they did an annexation a couple of years ago. So they have done some refundings, and we would just love for the Delaney folks to be able to refinance like their names up the street and save a little money, help get that tax rate down some year.
Very good. Any questions for the folks from Delaney Cove?
No.
Casey, Kim, do you have any questions?
No question.
No questions from me. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're gonna sit here and be really, really quiet because Councilmember Carlson had to be excused, but we need him because we need the full council to vote. So we'll sit here and look at you guys and y'all will look at us and I'll say something like nice tie and you'll say something like nice hairdo.
Enjoy your meeting.
That's right.
We thought we were gonna get on for Valentine's Day. We were real excited. to be here,
Oh,
but
look at
yeah,
that.
we saw Bill down early, quicker than we thought.
And we're actually making good time because we're gonna be home by 8 o'clock. And that's fabulous for us. We have everyone here now. Casey, Kim, do you have any questions? Kim?
No.
Okay, we will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7H, possible
Good luck, thanks.
discussion, possible a direction regarding creating a vacant registry program. Councilwoman Yancey.
Yes, to my fellow councilmen, I have been some fresh eyes to some of the vacant buildings that we have, and I'm convinced that some of our owners are using Lamarque as a junkyard and a storage facility. And so I want us to discuss the possibility of a vacant registry program. Is Colleen there? Is Kathleen there with the
Yes.
PowerPoint?
Kathleen is here. She is approaching as we speak.
Okay, she can speak to that, Mayor.
I do not have the PowerPoint because I sent it to you. I thought you were gonna use it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Can, for that reason, is it possible for us to move this to the next, to our February meeting or something? Because if this was one of the ones that I felt like there must be some materials that we didn't get to see. And
Right, but I mean, we can table it, but I do want to discuss it because it's an
Yeah.
issue.
Yeah, let's do
I
that.
do want to discuss it. Yeah,
Let's
because I didn't.
introduce it for
Right,
discussion, and then we'll act on it next meeting. Let's do that.
I did, Councilmember Yancey approached me several months ago about this program, and I put information together for her and a PowerPoint for her to see what other cities are doing. And I'll be happy to bring it next week, or I can provide it to Kira and she can provide it to council if you like.
Okay.
if it just makes it attached to our packet next time, that would be great. Cause I just, feel like I'm going into this.
Yes, ma'am. I do apologize.
So what do we, so speak to us a little bit, Kathleen, about their vacant structures, and many of them are commercial structures. Most of them are commercial structures. And what have you found?
Basically, in our city, they're commercial. And we do have several that are vacant buildings and that used to have businesses in them that aren't substandard enough that we can move towards demolition or anything. And they need to be improved. They're older buildings in Lamarque, which we all know Lamarque is an older city, and they need to be improved. A lot of other cities are using this program to, in essence, get businesses to improve them so they can lease them. Whereas it's a permitting process. They have to pay fees for buildings for a certain amount of time that they're vacant. They have to pay fees, more fees if they're not improved, if they need to be painted, if they're letting them get run down, the facades are coming off or in disrepair or something. Not enough to make them substandard, but just enough to make them ugly. Where no one who wants to come and open a business here would look at a building like that. So in essence, this program would make a list of these buildings, make contact with the building owners, and per whatever is stated in the ordinance that we create, we would enforce that by doing inspections and yearly registrations of them. And then there's limitations to it. If you have a building that you are in violation of the ordinance and you have 6 months to improve it, it needs to be painted, and you don't, then you're fined. And the fine goes up in increment periods is what most cities do. And it does tend to alleviate a lot of crime. It would fit really well into the Safe City Initiative. The only drawback is the manpower it would take for this program. You've got to have code enforcement assigned to this because it's pretty time consuming.
Do y'all have enough staff at this point? Would you have enough staff?
No, sir, we do not. To be honest with you, we do not. Just the administrative aspect of it, the record keeping, the legal documents and all, which Gus can speak to that, is an extremely heavy burden that we just do not have enough personnel for right now. But it's a good program. It would be good for the city because we do have a number of commercial buildings, as Ms. Yancey says.
I have two questions. Who's handling well, Gus, if you know, and as part of this presentation in the future, I'd like to get an update as to any legal challenges to such ordinances. Are we going to possibly incur future legal bills as a result of implementation of such an ordinance? That's one question that I have.
I have a lot of that information.
Sure. Yeah. And we can talk more about it. Kathleen and I will as well, but generally the state law is that you can charge permit fees that are reasonably related to the city's cost to administer a program. So
Okay.
the city council, as part of this, if the council chooses to enact a vacant building registration program, staff will present to council the costs it believes to be associated and what the permit fees would have to be to administer that program. And that would be information that would be brought to council that council could then ask us questions about and move forward accordingly.
And I'm assuming that any such possible ordinance does not occur just immediate, right? Today I have a business, tomorrow I have a family crisis, and I'm closing up or I'm not there. And there's a time frame before quote is continued. It's considered
Yes, sir, there is. Yes, sir.
unoccupied or whatever.
It's just like anything else. We have to give them time to make the improvements.
On that side.
And we want to. We don't want to get on a bad footing with our business owners or prospective business owners.
Yeah.
We want to help them and maybe educate them in this, because part of this is educating of them.
And you speak of staffing, who's handling then, we have staff handling the rental registration ordinance?
Code compliance does that, sir.
That's one of your people right now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that one person is handling that.
No, actually, the whole department is handling that.
The whole.
It's a department-wide issue.
Okay. They're shaking their head. Yeah, I see that.
Be nice, Mayor. Thought that idea.
And
Excellent
Mr.
staff.
Mayor. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
To the council, it's very important that we have these discussions about why the Marque looks the way she does. And we can create ordinances and policies that will help to clean our city up. If we're talking about taxes, sales taxes, and that helps us to with our city budget, then we have to, as we have demolished houses to build new houses, we've got to look at some of those properties that have been sitting there, not 2 years, not 4 years, but over 5 years in District A. I routinely tour my district and I routinely tour our city. And this is one of the weak spots that we have, where people are using our city as a storage and they're not using it for business. And that's something I think I wanted to bring to you all first, to introduce it to you about this blind spot that we've had in Lamarck. And it is my desire that in District A, that we be a viable and growing district where businesses are thriving. It's hard to do that though, when you have owners, typically they don't live here, outside of the area, using our amazing city as a junkyard and a storage facility. So that's why I wanted to introduce that, and we'll continue to bring information to our next council and possibly the next council as well, until we can get something done on the books so that we can give the power to our staff to do something about some of these facilities.
With what I could add to Ms. Yancey is that this council has taken us through the Blight Project, through the strategic plan, whereas we demolished like over 150 substandard structures in this city. From that, we moved on to the mowing and maintenance of these vacant lots, which came from the substandard houses being demolished, or from just the county taking the properties for the taxes. So we've gone from this step to this step. This is the natural next step to start going more towards the commercial. With this, it could be incorporated in a certificate of occupancy. It could be, there's several ways it can be done. It's done several different ways in different cities all over the nation. There's 3 cities in Texas that do it right now, and more are looking at it. I've been approached by people for years asking if we have this. So I knew it was coming. So it's something we need to discuss, but it's going to take a lot of talking and discussing.
One of when you attach your slide show next time, so we have a little more info to look at, Kathleen, did you have information on that compares the things like you mentioned from the other 3 cities, and like kind of some ideas for how we could manage this staffing? What are the implications staffing wise, basically? Like, because that's what I'm definitely most interested in. This sounds like a very logical thing for us to do, and I'm really glad that you and Kim have already talked about this. It sounds totally in step with the other things we've done. I just want to know what are the implications staff wise so that we implement something that we can sustain.
It would absolute take is, I'll give you an example. If we have a substandard house that comes to the Building Standards Commission, you have a minimum of 6 to 8 months of staff work in the background before it ever comes to a commission meeting. Those are hours and hours of staff time, not to mention the legal postings and the legal ramifications that we have to make sure we follow. This would be involved the same thing, and it would pretty much take a dedicated section of code enforcement to just maintain this and do the inspections. Because most cities do inspections periodically. Every 30 days, some of them do it every 3 months. Some of them do them whenever somebody's going to lease it and they have to get a certificate of occupancy. There's a lot to this program, but it makes a tremendous difference in a community. But it will take more staff to do it. But when Gus and I discuss it, when we bring you all the information, then you'll see more of what's going on.
Yeah. So Mayor, I definitely would want to discuss this further at our February meeting, and we'll bring that slide to everyone, but I just wanted to introduce it tonight.
Yes, ma'am. It has been introduced. Any other questions for Ms. Yancey or Ms. Van Steven?
I think it's a great program. I think we need it. I think this could be something that we can start now, and come budget time, we can start looking at the ordinance, looking at the staffing to make it happen. So this is a great time to start it. That gives Kathleen and her staff enough leeway, so it's not last minute type deal. So, but to get the numbers, to get the staffing, to make sure we're staffing it right, make sure we got the ordinance in place so they can enforce it. So I think it's a great program.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
One of the world's best criminologists said there's 4 things that prevent and control crime and reduce citizen spirit crime. One was felt presence of police, law enforcement, problem solving, and maintenance of order. Code enforcement. That's code.
Maintenance of order.
That's the biggest thing. One of the 4 things that reduces
This
crime.
council started that many years ago.
Yeah.
With Mayor Pro Tem Bell. And we exceeded the strategic plan on the code enforcement for that, simply for that reason.
Right.
This is one more step in that Safe City initiative.
Right.
This is a big one though. This is gonna take a lot.
That's right. We've been working on this since about 2010, somewhere in that area. It's been
Yes,
a
sir.
long drawn out journey.
Yes, sir. Been a joint effort.
We've been making some headway. Any other questions?
Paige from the chamber is involved in our Safe City initiative.
Paige, yes, she is.
Yeah, I want to make sure the chamber is involved and notified of this effort.
This part, yeah. She has been in contact, and in fact, she participated in our first meeting. Paige from the chamber. Paige Michelle from the chamber.
Right, she was there.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe was saying he wants her to be a part of the whole Safe City so that she can offer us some expertise.
She's been attending.
Yeah.
Councilman, and been very cooperative in on the economic side of our law enforcement.
Sure.
Very good. We will put this on the next agenda. Let's get a table. I'll entertain a motion on the table.
So moved.
The second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's tabled to the next meeting. There is no executive session, as far as I know.
You forgot I, Mayor.
Oh, there's an I.
There's an I. I didn't get the I. There's the I. All right. 8I, 7I. Discussion, possible action regarding scheduling interviews of initial candidates for the city manager's position. Gus.
Yes, Mayor and Council, I was contacted by the search firm the City of Lamarck hired. They have identified 7 candidates that they wish to present to the City Council for short 20 to 25 minute interviews that would be conducted in executive session. I don't know who those people are, but the purpose of this item is for council to discuss and provide direction to Kiara and myself with 3 or 4 dates that the council could meet in executive session to do that. So I leave that to the council to let us know.
Do you want me to read them, everything else you had on your paper? On your- Okay, back to seriousness. We have 7 finalists for our manager's position. And the next step is for interviews. Sounds like 25 minutes apiece
Yes. And
via
then-
Zoom.
Via Zoom, and then the council will select 2 to 3 to bring in person for more substantive meetings in person, or interviews that would occur in person.
Okay, 25-minute Zoom interviews. Council, what dates do we prefer? Afternoons would be probably the best for all of us. What days do we have on our calendar? We probably need to get this done sooner rather than later, knowing that there will be at least one additional round of interviews. So can we do this the first week in February? Or do we want to do this next week, which is the last week? No, next week is the first week in February. Or do we want to do it the second week in February?
Not the second week, because I'll be out of town that week. I prefer next week.
Next week, so that will put it at maybe a next Thursday to give the candidates a chance to prepare for their interview. We wouldn't want to do it inside of 7 days. We want to give them about maybe 10 days. This will be a huge interview in their careers. So next February the 3rd, perhaps. Chief Argon, you were talking about doing the Safe City, the final meeting on February the 4th. That would be a Friday. Okay. So Chief Argon is doing his final Safe City meeting on February the 4th at 1 o'clock. They usually run for an hour and 30 minutes. We could then take, if you all would like, a break and then reconvene at maybe 3:30 and do them next Friday afternoon, or we can come in earlier Friday morning, perhaps at maybe 11. Or we can do them Thursday if you all want to do it Thursday and then return Friday. So many
I
days.
prefer one day. I prefer just a full day rather than 2 days.
Has your meeting been posted yet, Chief? Has your meeting been posted yet? Would you be willing to move your meeting to Thursday? Which would be the 3rd? Has it been, has he already said it, Jennifer?
No, I'm looking at his Thursday. He's the guest speaker in the middle of the day that day.
Thursday, the 3rd, morning.
The morning, yes.
Morning, we can say.
This is
9
for the
o'clock.
council interview. We don't need to participate in it.
Right, no, what Councilwoman Yancey is asking is, can we get it all done in one day?
Oh, yes.
So if we started maybe at 10, could we do 10 to 12, Jennifer?
On Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
No, he's got a guest speaking engagement
At what time?
at 11:30.
You do it in the afternoon.
9 to 11.
Afternoon, say.
I just want to say mornings are very, very hard for me over the next 2 weeks.
The 3rd at 1:30?
Yeah.
You can do your Safe City Initiative February the 3rd at 1:30. And that's Thursday, correct? And you would then go to 3? And then council, would we pick up at 3:30 for city manager interviews? Would that be enough time? 3:30 to maybe 5:30? We have 7 candidates, 25 minutes apiece. That's longer than that. That's 140. Yes. Or we can do it Thursday that morning. Mornings are bad for you.
Yeah, I mean,
How about we do 2 or 3 that morning before our Safe City, and then do the remainder after Safe City, if we want to get it all done in one day.
I'm sorry. It's just this many meetings during the workday is becoming really, really.
I know.
hard.
I know. I know.
What's
Just do it in 2 afternoons, and Thursday afternoon, Friday afternoon. Will that work, Casey, for you?
that would work better for me. I mean, because honestly, if we could do the interviews, like 5 o'clock, I don't know if we can do them later, but
We can do it later.
Yeah, they were actually proposed, the Baker Tilly proposed evening meeting starting at 5.
if we did 5 to 7:30 or something, or 5 to 7, I don't remember exactly what the duration was.
Well, we can, if we do that, we can keep it on the same day. We can do Chief Argonne's meeting on Thursday from 1:30 to 3. We can take a 2-hour break, take care of our personal business, and return to chambers at 5. And then start interviewing from 5 until we're done.
Okay.
Yes,
Emma,
that
you-
works. Yes, that works.
I'm requesting to be recused from this for personal and professional reasons.
Okay. Joe? That work? Okay. One day, Safe City, 1:30 to 3, city manager interviews 5 until we're done. Next Thursday, February the 3rd. Can we have a motion to that effect? We are on item 7I.
It was a supplemental.
It was a supplemental. I have an old. Yeah.
Supplemental.
Yeah, that's what I have. Yeah. Is it on the posted agenda?
It's the one that's posted on the door. The one that was printed was a misprint, but it is posted on outside as well as online.
So let's yeah, because it's just a schedule. I mean, we can actually do this offline via email. All we're doing is scheduling a date. And so let's do this. Let's go back, poll the council. We know the dates they have in mind. Poll them through email, let them respond to you via email on the dates. And then once we get those dates, then we'll post it. That way we don't have to take any official action in council session. And you have the liberty to speak to us individually. Does that work for you, Kara? That work legally, Gus?
Yeah, that works.
Councilman, you good? Okay. We have, that's fine. That's fine. So council, we have dates in mind. Respond to the email that Kiara will send, and we'll move forward with that as well. Moving now to item 8, executive session. The City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during the course of this meeting to discuss matters listed above. I don't think that we have an executive session tonight. Is that right, Gus?
No.
Now we are moving on to item 9. Requests and announcements from council. We will start with Casey.
Nothing for me tonight. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Yancey?
Thank you guys for praying for me as we have lost another family member, a very close family member, and just love on your families. That's what we need right now. There's a lot of people that are suffering with COVID and also with just life and natural causes. So thank you to our council for allowing me to come to Atlanta to bury one of our favorite cousins. Thanks so much.
Yes, ma'am. Michael?
I got a few things to say. First, thoughts and prayers go out to the former Mayor Hawking for the loss of his wife. Second is, I know it sounded like I was hypercritical on the staff. Please don't take it that I was. You guys do a great job every day. You guys work really hard. So don't think I was, I mean, you guys do excellent work. So keep it up. Last thing is, I'm glad to see a lot of citizens here, a lot of citizens putting positive stuff up on Facebook, up on social media. So keep it up. We are moving in the right direction, and I thank you all for it. And council and mayor, thank you for your support. And Casey, thank you for making me see some things too. So, okay, thank you.
Well, Mike, the whole country always moves in the right direction, regardless of who, right? That is the unique thing about our form of government. So we all, in the end, all come out winners, one way or the other. But I share some of the sentiment that you expressed to our former Mayor Hawking and his family, Clover, who's a good friend, his daughter. And I understand from speaking to Councilmember Mitchnich, there'll be a private celebration and something perhaps later, memorial at some later, and it's what I understand. And my sympathy to you and your family, Kim. Yes, well, let's look out. There are entirely too many deaths right now, too much pain, and so let's watch out for each other. And also, my condolences to the family of the police officers and part of our area community that lost their lives. When we stop and think about it, law enforcement, or and you're in the military, it is challenging, right? You never know what you'll encounter out there, and so I also hope that we watch, encourage those that need counseling, mental health services to reach out and don't handle these things on your own. There's help out there, and thank you as always to everyone for your patience in everything that we do. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to echo our condolences to the Hawking family on Miss Patty's transition. Miss Patty was always a very lovely, lovely person to be around, certainly full of spirit, joy, and energy. And she will definitely be missed in that family. She'll definitely be missed in this community. We need more Patty Hawkins in our community. People that know how to get along and disagree even without becoming disagreeable. Dr. King said violently disagreeable. And I'm sure that we will get more people to move forward in this community that wants to see our community move in a positive way. This is government. It's messy. It does not always look like it's moving forward. Government notoriously, by design, moves forward at an extremely slow pace. That is government. It's supposed to. And we're not experts here. We're people who have offered ourselves as sacrifice to volunteer. We don't get any money. We get a stipend of $50. That doesn't even cover gas from visiting our constituents in a month's time. We're volunteers here elected by our community to do what we believe is best. We're not experts. We're not perfect. We're people trying to do the right thing in our community. And we're navigating this process together, and sometimes we will be right and things will turn out great, and sometimes we'll make mistakes and we'll have to go back and revisit and redress some of those things that we've had to deliberate on, but that's what government is. And remember, we are volunteers trying to do what's best for our community. It's not an easy thing to do what we do. And many of us have, all of us even, have been on this dais doing what the best that we can do in all sorts of difficult circumstances. But we'll keep going because that's what government does. We continue to do what's best for our community. And let me say this, this Thursday, it's important. This Thursday, there will be another tax forum. As you all know, we're facing a tax rollback election on May the 7th of this year. The council has set our tax rate at 55 cents. That tax rate is unchanged from last year. And we did so because we believe the citizens were asking us to invest in the improvements of our city, in particular, because most of the funding went toward our police department. And so these tax forums are places, safe places for us to come together and discuss any ideas or any alternatives to what the council has said. That's what they're here for. And whoever in our community that desires to can come to these tax forums and give ideas. If you have a better idea, we would love to hear it. If you have a different way that we can get to providing the services that the community has asked us to provide, we want to hear it. These 5 members are the ones that have the power to act. And so if we have different ideas, it would seem to me that these are the 5 people that we would want to have audience with. And that's why we have these tax forums. And nobody's right or nobody's wrong or nobody's the victor or nobody's the villain or the hero or any of those things. We're just members of this city coming together, trying to figure it out. That's all we are. And even though we have differences of opinion, this council believes that 55 cents will make headway into making our city a safer city. That's what we believe. That's not wrong to believe that. That's just a belief. That's all it is. We've looked at the numbers, we've listened to the experts, and we've come to this conclusion on our own. It doesn't make us right, but it doesn't make us wrong either. And if somebody in this community or somebodies have a different observation or a different idea as to how we make our city safer, please come. I am begging you to come before this council and to talk to us about tax reform. We will listen. We may agree or we may not agree. But at the end of the day, all of us are citizens of this city. And I am at odds as to how we got from talking to each other about the different ways that we want to make our city better to attacking one another and dragging each other through the mud and making false accusations against one another and libeling and slandering and all these other things that have been happening. This is beyond politics. And this has now become personal vendettas. There are all sorts of accusations that are happening in our community, and there's not one shred of proof. Not one. And all that's doing is tearing our city apart. And at the end of the day, if in fact our city is torn apart, who's going to keep us safe? Who's going to keep us safe after we tear the city down? Because after we tear our city down, we're still going to need to be safe. Have you noticed? We're arguing, we're fighting, we're calling each other names, and the criminals are still profiting. They're still shooting guns in the air. They're still shooting each other, stabbing each other. They're still selling dope. They're still robbing banks. They're still doing all sorts of things in our city that we are trying to get a handle on. And all we're doing in this council is trying to get a handle on crime. That's it. How we got from trying to do a good thing for our citizens to being what we have been called. I'm dumbfounded. I don't care about it. I don't care about the things that people say because we know who we are and we're going to stay focused on what we need to do. But ask yourself and ask your neighbors, how is name calling and attacking and making accusations and trying to tear people down, how is that making any one of us safer? How is that improving your life? If someone calls Joe Compion an axe murderer, is it going to make your toilet flush faster? If someone says that Casey McAuliffe has an army of zombie children in her basement that will attack us on the 3rd of July so we can't celebrate Independence Day, will that somehow make the wastewater treatment plant operate more efficient? Absolutely not. Name calling, attacking, berating, libeling, slandering does nothing for our city, but put us in more jeopardy. I, for one, will not respond to it. I have better things to do with my life. And I'm focused on trying to make this city better. Now, if there are any one of us in this room or in this city that wants to contribute to making our city better, I welcome you. We can talk about it. Can't promise you we will agree, but I can promise you I'll shake your hand. I will tell you that your opinion matters and we will do what's best for Lamarck. And I won't attack you. I won't slander you. I won't lie on you. I won't demonize you because you're my neighbor and you're my friend. And that doesn't help us any way, shape, or form to make Lamarck better in any way, shape, or form. So let's keep it focused on what we can do for each other to make our city better. Tax forum will be Thursday. We welcome ideas. We won't fuss. We won't fight. We won't get in arguments. We'll be neighbors and we'll try to figure it out together. The last thing I want to say to you is this. On January the 31st, is that right, Chief? We're kicking off our community policing program on Lake Road North. Is that right? Where will that be? January the 31st at 6 o'clock. What venue will we be using?
That's going to be McKinney United Methodist Church. Thanks to Pastor Carlos Phillips. He's invited us there at 6 p.m. We're rejuvenating community policing as we promised. That's going to be the Lake Road North kickoff meeting. And if you live on the boundaries of Texas Avenue on the north, Boston on the south, Bayou on the east, and on the west Preston, please come like we did last time. We had about 55 or 60 citizens show up. We're going to have refreshments. I'll be there with Lieutenant Price. The mayor, I know, will be there. Council is going to be invited. Come on and join us. And we're starting this thing over. And I've already had text messages about, or Facebook, why not us? Well, that's what happened last time. I can't get to you all at once. We're going to get Omega Bay, as I promised Robert, the third, on the third meeting. We had 15 community watches initially. The entire city, yes, the entire city was encompassed with a community policing officer. Calvin Harp's going to be the first one, Officer Calvin Harp. So we're moving out and we're getting there. So look forward to it.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. Very, very good step forward in our war on crime and our Safe City initiative.
Mayor, one more thing.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Chief Stanton, I was at a meeting with Dr. Melissa Duarte, the superintendent. And at the meeting, he asked me, I feel honored, the department feels honored. They got 10 community policing officers, you know that, and I'm jealous. We're jealous. We're going to try to get that. He asked me to train his people on community police. So I invited his staff to come by and watch us kick off the meeting so they could start doing theirs. So I'm proud of that.
Very good. I'm glad you mentioned Dr. Duarte because it reminded me to give special kudos to the two gentlemen that won awards at the Tech City Lamarck Chamber of Commerce gala the other night. That was Mike Bach, and it was thinking of Snow King.
Correct.
Greg Cornett. It was Mike Bach and Greg Cornett. Both of those gentlemen, residents of Lamarck, were awarded the Rising Star Awards by the Chamber, and we are proud of them for the work that they've been doing in our community. Snow King, yes, Snow King and Mike Rockbach, who is the new chairperson of our Parks Board. Tremendous work. Both of those gentlemen, we're excited about them and we're proud of them. If there's nothing further, we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
The second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We stand adjourned.